In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. What a disgusting way to start your day. Hold on a second, everybody. Hi there. Ew. Give me 1 second. This is vulgar if I turn the camera on now. Ugh. I didn't even know that could happen. Sorry, I have an infection in my ball bag and I'm draining it. Right at the time. I'm kidding, of course. Ow. Shit. Well, this makes sense. Yep.
If we can see it.
You don't want to see this. You definitely don't want to see this. Hold on there, guys. We're gonna, it's always a unique show here on Steel Toe.
Jerking it right now.
I was not jerking off. I would never jerk off. Even at this spot, I would never jerk off.
Really?
No, I'm an old school guy. I jerk off in my room.
You haven't once thought, hey, I'll throw one out while I have this mic in front of me so I can see what it feels like.
I've had sex on the chair Matt broadcasts from, but I've never masturbated in the studio.
All right then.
The studio's been christened, but never jerked off in. And now people are just wondering, with who? It's none of your fucking business. None of your fucking business. All right. Well, guys, we have a great show. I guess people want to know why I wasn't on camera right away. I kept putting my arm down on the table, as you want to do when you're doing a show. You want to rest your arm. And right to the north of my elbow, there was a pain. Like I would set this down. It's like, ow, God damn it. And I don't know how this happens, but I had like a zit above my elbow. It's the damnedest thing. I don't know. It's just I had a zit on my elbow, and so I was essentially lancing it before the show started, and I didn't want people to see that. That was a private moment between me and my body and I, if you will. Oh, man, did we have a lot of talk about bodies last night. Last night, if you want to watch a good evening show, last night was a great evening show. If you're like, oh, man, I like it when this show's back to like the old radio days and stuff like that, last night was definitely one of those. Crunchy called in because we were having a debate about Plan B and what it does.
Uh-oh.
And it was just, dude.
Crunchy called in.
It was just a couple of older dudes talking about women's reproductive rights and their systems, the way it should be, the way God intended.
Exactly.
Talking about these broads and what they should do with their unwanted jizz babies. And, I got corrected by SP at one point. She's like, when you talk about Plan B, you got to correct the record. I'm like, okay. She's like, it doesn't prevent every contraception. She's like, it prevents ovulation. If you're already ovulating, you could be fucked by the time you get your Plan B. It may not work. In fact, chances are it won't. What it does is it prevents ovulation. And so I'll be, I think that Crunchy was under the assumption that it did stop every pregnancy. And she called in to argue it. And we had this wonderful moment on the show last night where everyone's arguing about pussy and everyone's arguing about pregnancies and Plan B. And we're talking about abortion. And it's comical because it's just two guys who have a very, very small knowledge of what the fuck they're even talking about. But
I wouldn't even go with small knowledge, but okay.
But we were going for it. Like we were in it. We're doing it. And
all right.
Yeah, it was educational, I think is what I'm trying to say. And then also we started talking about abortion and we were just talking completely out of our asses.
Well, that's what we do all the time.
Yeah, I was like, I guess, you can kill your baby. I don't give a shit, but you're killing your baby.
I mean, so many people do worse things once they're born that at this point I'm like, well, if it's not going to feel it, I think at least
don't I know it. Some people have children and then totally don't take care of them.
So, I've always thought, and I look at abortions like divorce. Look, no kid that was set up to have a great, happy life
gets aborted.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, rich cunts have abortions, I bet, don't they?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that kid was set up to have a great and happy life either, just because you have a lot of money.
I've seen kids who come from a lot of money and they have absolutely miserable lives. You're right. That's a great fucking point, man. Great point. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5. Ooh, yeah, that would be desperation, my man, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you. Somebody texting in, ew, gross, shut it down. I mean, an Eric Church shirt? Yuck. I bought this at the Double Down tour when I went to see Eric Church.
He bought a Double Down sandwich while he was there.
Listen, there was he did a tour where he did 2 nights in each town, and he did like 3 hours each night because he has so much material. He did 2 different shows each night. Now he played all the hits at both shows, but like the other stuff that he would do would be different. So that's where I got this shirt. I went to the Saturday show. Why don't you sound more impressed?
Because it's not impressive.
What are you talking about?
You went to an Eric Church concert. It's something a lot of people have done, and 2, it's Eric Church.
3 hours, bro. Doesn't even have an opening act. Guy just fucking cooks for 3 hours. What a guy. What a guy. There was a video someone posted of like some lady told Eric Church he couldn't cover a Morgan Wallen song.
Mm-hmm.
That he did a duet with Morgan Wallen, and they're like, you can't play that song by yourself. And I thought it was really funny the way he brought it up because he goes, I told the lady true, but it ain't my fucking song. Like he got like pissed at the lady. Hold on, Eric Church. I want to see if I can find the one where maybe it's not. Yeah, it's shit. I think I saw it on Facebook yesterday, so maybe it's not on YouTube. But yeah. So now it's a shitty story that I just told that has absolutely no payoff. But either way, off to a great start this morning. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it. The audience has gotten you guys pretty well into it today. 305 is our number. So go ahead, chip in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc., and we'll hit 305 today, and we'll go to 16 weeks in a row. Yesterday morning, it all got down there really quick. Last night, we got down to 0 really easily, so thank you guys very, very much. JL Not Here says, zit on your elbow sounds like a fat person problem.
I mean, it kind of does.
I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's not a zit, but it was something. I squeezed it and blood came out. I mean, it's got to be something, right? Mosquito bites don't do that, do they?
Well, if it's blood, that's different. Like zits, usually it's like pus or oil.
Gotcha.
So.
Lab Glass says Aaron dreams of Eric Church and Golden Corral. I don't understand where the Golden Corral thing came from. I don't.
Yeah. He dreams of Eric Church and Church's Chicken working together.
Okay, at least I've been to a Church's Chicken one time in my life. I've been to Church's Chicken once. I've never been to a Golden Corral. I couldn't tell you what they do there. I couldn't tell you what their big feature is. I don't know. I have no idea. So I don't know anything. But I'm apparently, the big joke is I'm a big Golden Corral guy. Never been there. Never. Not once. Not never. Stop Big Troon says it's a Coke blister. Oh, really? See, I didn't even know those existed. Fuck Coke, dude. I never liked Coke. I got off Celsius, for Christ's sake. I back it way down. This is all I can handle now. This is all
Diet Mountain Dew.
Diet Mountain Dew is all the stimulant I can handle. You know who else loves Diet Mountain Dew?
Who?
JD Vance, our future vice president of the United States. Big Diet Mountain Dew guy. He's going to be an advocate for all of us in the White House because I feel like a lot of people see Diet Mountain Dew and they go, ew, you fucking weirdo.
Yep.
And I don't think that's right. So when we have an advocate in the White House, that'll be nice. I'm sorry. Speaking of Coke blisters, I got to clear the intake valves, as it were.
Sinus infection, huh? Those will happen.
Mick Buster says the first video on the Rumble homepage this morning was an interview of April and Aaron with, don't say horse cunt mayor. That's not her name. That must have been a long time ago. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, you look like the stock photo they put on the PowerPoint when deciding who the core customer base would be for a CC's Pizza Buffet. Golden Corral isn't much of a stretch. I've never been to a CC's either. I'm getting lit up on places I've never been to. Thank you, Fuck You Dude, for becoming a steel toe bro. We appreciate that. We are an even 300 away from this morning. Hey, we're ahead. Let's stay ahead. Sounds good to me. Stop Big Troon says, yeah, pussy, drink regular fucking Mountain Dew like a goddamn man. I don't know. Regular Mountain Dew just seems a little hillbilly-ish to me. Diet Mountain Dew seems more civilized. Don't ask me why I think that. I can't justify it. I don't know.
Yeah, because that one's one you pulled directly out of your ass.
Yeah. I just feel like regular Mountain Dew makes you look like more of a fucking gamer tard. And if you drink Diet Mountain Dew, you look like more of a banker.
No, you look like more of a gay.
All right, fine. Look, win some, lose some. How are you doing this morning, sir?
I'm all right.
Any new girlies?
Not new.
But please dish. Are you talking to the California broad again?
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny's back, baby. Those are Andy Worski positive claps. What you going to blow up at your boss for?
What do you mean to go blow up at my boss for?
I mean, how come you got canned? It's a totally different topic. What the fuck happened with Girly? Let me hold on. Let me put my feet up.
I fucked it up when I misread texts and things, and then like we talked a bunch, and we both wanted the event to kind of happen, so we talked about it and came to some agreements and compromises on how we would do it to make people feel better. And
oh shit!
So yeah, now
so she's
it's
coming.
Not gonna, yeah.
Oh shit, she's coming.
Yeah.
And you guys are gonna hang out?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Wow.
Not quite as long as last time, but we've.
Wait, what do you mean? Like it's gonna be different?
Well, she was gonna come out like on the 13th last time. This time it's gonna be she's gonna get here on the 15th. So.
And how long?
A couple days less.
How long she's staying?
About a week. So
nice, fucking nice, bro.
So I'm gonna just take a week off of my show starting Thursday the 15th. I'll just be gone for a week.
All right. Well, you guys watch Johnny's show and get him a week ahead. And if you get him a week ahead, boom, he can take that week off.
I can't count the days off on on the audience, that'd be rude.
That'd be fun though if they did that for you. That would be kind of fun.
That would be nice, but
this is fucking good. This is great news.
Yeah.
But she's not coming for the anniversary show.
She's not coming for the anniversary show, no.
Okay.
But yeah, she's going to be at the private gig.
Citizen M asking, is Slam Piece going to be at the anniversary show? No. She doesn't want to be involved in that world, and I don't want any woman of mine being involved in that world either.
Same.
Yeah. So we are simpatico on that belief. Look, man, we have that is fucking huge news, dude.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad that we worked that out. And
is she going to Fat Jack's at all?
No.
You're not going to take her to see the girls?
No. The last week I have with the girls is this week. If you want to see me with the girls, you have to come out this Friday or Saturday.
What happened?
I'm going to be doing shit with you the rest of the month.
Oh, just for the month. I thought you meant like for the year.
No. If they have their DJ back, then I won't go back unless they need me to fill. But it was always supposed to be a temporary gig. I mean, I did it for fun to help out because they didn't have a DJ, and the girls really need a DJ for the night to go smooth. So
what about the girl with the tits? What's her name?
What, Honey?
I don't know, the one you were talking about with the tits. I thought you said Dallas was the one with the tits.
Oh, Dallas. That was the one I thought you'd like, but it doesn't matter. What is that? I have California.
What's she gonna do without you fucking playing music for her?
I don't know. They'll figure it out. It's not my gig, man. I did it to help out a friend and just make a couple extra bucks while I was at it. Like, that's literally all it was. It's a little extra spending money and helping a buddy. And now the last 2 days are coming up. I don't even know if Dallas will be there. A lot of the girls work rotating clubs, so you don't necessarily know where they're at the same time.
Strippers are clingy, man. They're going to miss you.
Yeah, they're going to miss me, and that's going to be sad. But
you're going to go visit them every once in a while? You should bring the California girl.
I don't think she wants to go there to see that. If she does, we will, but I don't think she wants to.
I don't know if you know this, but when you drive into Bach, someone has taken a black spray paint can and written a C over the B in the town sign, and it now says, "Welcome to Cock."
When did that happen?
I don't know, but when I was driving up to Finlayson a month or so ago, was that happened, and it was so childish that I had to laugh. It was just I looked at it and I'm like, that's just one of those things that's evergreen in terms of comedy. That's just always funny when someone just childishly just goes, now it's cock instead of Bach. Like, it doesn't all have to be like deep shit, you know? Sometimes it can just be cock. And it's funny enough. So is it like, can I talk about this any further, or am I going to fuck it up?
I don't know. Hopefully we can talk about it further without fucking it up.
Elza Belza says, don't fuck this up for Johnny, Aaron. Be on your best behavior. What am I going to say?
Well, there's no way he can fuck it up. We talked it out. We worked it out, and we figured out what I did wrong, and so hopefully we're all good.
Somebody says, what's wrong with them getting involved with this world? What could go wrong? I don't know. It could totally ruin a great relationship that you started and then fucking spiral into the nastiest divorce of all time.
Yeah, it's only happened to me once.
Yeah. I mean, it, or don't. Good. Bigot on socialist media says, good news that Johnny and his new girlie aren't fighting anymore. What was the impetus to bring it back from the brink?
The fact that we both wanted to, we kept talking. And so, it was one of these things where I don't know if neither one of us can handle being like having to be the last word or something.
Yeah.
So it's like one of us would send a text and the other person would send a text.
Okay.
So even when we were fighting, we just kept talking. And it became a thing where we kept talking, and we were both expressing regret over things that went wrong and things we each felt we had done wrong. And then we were talking the other night about how we would like to meet and hang out at some point, and it's a shame this all got fucked up. And, maybe sometime in the future and blah, 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 blah. And then some ideas were proposed and accepted, and so that's how it's going to go.
Yeah, man, you had a fucking fascinating night. You had an interesting evening. You have way more interesting evenings than I do.
Not usually, no.
After the evening show, you know what I thought about for a little bit?
But
I was texting SP. I was watching a documentary on boy bands on Netflix, and this thought crept into my mind, and it kept me up for a few minutes. I got to bed at a very reasonable hour, but a thought crept into my head, and it stuck with me for a while. You know what that thought was?
what if I tried men?
No, that's just kind of ever present.
Okay.
But no, the thought that kept me up for an extra probably 25 minutes last night, why didn't Spain ever conquer Portugal? You know? Like, it's right there. It's smaller. It's got resources. It's the way to go, right? And I just thought about that for a long fucking time. I just sat there.
I fell asleep because, like, dude, they never took over Portugal.
Then I'm like, even in like the 1400s when Spain was rocking the shit and they were just killing it, just take Portugal, dude. But they were busy casting the Moors out. You know, they were busy fighting back the Muzzies. So they kind of saw Portugal as like their Christian brother and their Christian ally. So I'm sure the Pope would have had a problem with it. I just kind of base all my medieval politics on the game Medieval 2 Total War. And I just kind of assume
that's a great way to go. Those are historically accurate.
Yeah, that's just, well, they have the Mongols and the Timurids in there. So, you know, it's got to be kind of right. You know, but at any rate, that's what I was trying to figure out. Oh, look, Honky says Spain did for like 60 years, 1580 to 1640. Also because England is Portugal's best friend. Oh, okay. Okay. So you go to fuck up Portugal, you got to deal with the Brits. And Spain didn't want to do that. Okay. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Aaron, don't screw up Johnny's new online relationship. Can we instead discuss the fact that they're making more horse jokes? Guys, I don't have a dog in that fight or a horse in that race. Bigot on socialist media. Honestly,
You
have
didn't
no
put money on Chrissy?
Stop it. I'm not going to. I should go to Canterbury on Saturday.
Chrissy might be there.
Stop it. You guys, how dare you? Bigot on socialist media. Honestly, have no interest in who Aaron's girlfriend is. It's good he's keeping it private. Thanks. Now that you said that, I'm going to assume that I'm doing the right thing. The new Alien Romulus movie looks fucking sick, says Citizen M. I should probably start watching some newer movies, you know?
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna I mean, you can jump into Alien Romulus, but it helps if you've gone through the other ones. But yeah.
I just how many times can a guy watch Trumbo? You know, that's what I ask
mean,
myself.
Trumbo's good and all, but
Fly High.
Have you seen the new Deadpool and Wolverine movie?
I'll watch that. I have watched the first two Deadpool movies.
Yeah, the first two Deadpool movies are awesome. That's what I'm doing. That's one of the things I'm doing with the lady. We're gonna do the Deadpool movies.
You guys are gonna go to the movies? Are you gonna neck? Are you gonna sit in the back row and do some necking?
It's more than go to the movies. She's never seen Deadpool, so I'm bringing my Xbox just so I can play the first two movies.
Why would you bring the mother of your child to a date with a new girl?
What the heck? No, it's a video game console.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
An Xbox, not my Xbox.
That's a father joke. That's a dad joke.
Yeah, that's a
Xbox.
That's a dad joke. But no, so yeah, I'm bringing my Xbox solely so I can play the first two movies, so she can see the first two movies. So we're gonna watch the first two movies together, and then we're gonna go see the third one in the theater together.
Honky, I always appreciate a Pio My Sopranos reference. Still mean-spirited, sir. Still mean-spirited. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, read the fucking chat, you hot dish-titted pussy. Respectfully, of course. Well, as long as it's respectful. I do appreciate that. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, don't do it, Johnny.
Don't do what?
Saying don't get back with the girly. I disagree with him, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm totally going to give it a shot.
You mean Trucker 18-wheeler saying that doesn't sway your opinion?
Nope, it's a done deal. So I'm gonna see this lady, and for the foreseeable future until she comes out, and I have reason to think otherwise, I'm kind of just considering myself with this lady at the moment. Like, Sweet. That's just the thing.
All right.
forsaking all others and whatnot.
Forsaking all others. I said that once in a beautiful garden in Nevada.
How'd that go?
Not good.
Well, you stopped forsaking all others, to be fair.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That promise went poorly.
Yeah, that promise went poorly, and then the relationship did. I'm just saying maybe there's a link. Maybe God.
You know, people do say they say polygamy not even once. That's the saying, and it's not. Nickardly just writes in all caps, Chrissy, she was a fucking horse. We know. We're getting the jokes. We're not missing the jokes. We understand them.
I love you. It's like, I don't want to do this joke. And then someone's like, no, but you see, the joke is...
No, Snigger,
the problem is you're not getting it.
I understood what the joke was.
No, but Aaron, you don't get it. See, Chrissy's a fucking horse is what we're saying.
I don't, and that's mean-spirited. McBuster with an interesting point. He says she is going to throw the stripper thing in your face every argument after she moves in. I don't think she's going to use the stripper thing, is she?
No.
Does she care about the stripper thing?
No, she misinterpreted they were talking about strippers on one of my shows, and they were like, dude, would you bang a stripper? You know, like every time, you know how when we have different people on the show pictures, they're like, dude, would you bang them? And so I answered that question, and the way I answered it, she took personally, was a mistake on both our parts, I guess.
Sometimes I think you got to tell the women, just don't listen to the show. We're fucking around. We're talking shit.
Right.
You know, we're blabbing. Right. Don't listen to men blab.
Yeah, but so that was an issue. But like I said, that was something that we talked about and worked out, and it won't be an issue going forward. So,
well, why is that?
Because we both know that I'm not going to sleep with strippers. So
that's
not
true.
Sleeping with strippers.
We do know that. We do know that. All right, guys, 295 is the number today. You guys are already under 300, and I thank you so much for that. If you want to continue to chip in, all of the links are in the chat. I'm feeling a good day coming on. Thank you so much. All right, let's get into some shit, shall we? We got to talk about a guy's big cock and balls at the Olympics. Did you see this? Did you see this,
Yeah,
folks?
I heard about it. Somebody's nuts popped out at the Olympics. It's apparently a big deal.
Do you see this, folks? Did you hear about this? The guy's the guy's balls fell out at the Olympics. Yeah, it looked it looked tasty as hell, and I wanted to suck on it. Hey, did you see this? You aware of this, Kev? You saw Johnny? You saw at the Olympics with the guy with his bulge out, and I chewed on it like a corn on the cob. The more perverted my Jay Leno gets, the less faithful it is to the actual voice. It's just a high-pitched, lispy voice. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You know, when it's just the setup, it's like, Kevin, you see this? Did you hear about this, Kev? But when it gets dirtier and dirtier, it just becomes, hey, you know, I saw his penis and his cock and balls, and I had to suck on it. That's not a very good Jay Leno. That's just it's cruel and mean-spirited, and making him a... It's not that I'm turning him into a homosexual. It's that I'm turning him into a homosexual with almost no sense of self-agency. Like he can't help himself.
He has no control.
Right. He's just an uncontrollable cock slut.
As soon as he sees a dick, he's like, oh, I got to suck it. I don't know what he's saying.
Hey, Kevin, you talking about this? Did you hear about this? There was a homeless man outside our studio waving his dick around like a helicopter. So I grabbed it with my right hand. And I just started caressing the tip of his penis with my tongue.
Kevin, I tell you about this. I was riding a 1976 Indian, and I got off of him, and I said, hey, fella, thanks for the job.
Oh, Jay, I thought you meant like a motorcycle. You meant you were... I believe we say Native American. Oh, dear.
Wasn't that kind of Indian?
Did you see this, Kev? Did you hear about this? I was sucking a guy off in the back of one of my Rolls Royces. I had my Negro driver driving us to the studio, and I was just sucking a guy's dick in a Rolls Royce. All right, let's
And Mavis was there.
Mavis was there, but she couldn't remember shit because she's senile. And I was sucking penis. All
She
right.
tells people they don't believe it.
Enough. No more Jay Leno sucking dick. But here's what I find interesting. So I'm going to be talking about the guy and his big cock and balls at the Olympics, right? We're going to be talking about that later today.
Right.
But McBuster says, when did Leno turn into Tyson? You know what I'm saying? Like I see a cock and ball in a swimsuit, and I just have to go and I have to bite it. Whereas Jay Leno, it's more up here. Tyson is more like down here, and he's got like that kind of Brooklyn accent. But anyway, when it comes to the cock and balls guy at the Olympics, right? People are going to call me the homo. You know, they're going to be like, oh, Aaron wants. But you guys shut the fuck up. Do you know how many of you were writing to me asking me if I was going to talk about the guy with the giant bulge? Now, and apparently, here's what I didn't know. When you say the cock and balls story, some of the audience was going, which one? Apparently, there's two cock and ball stories. There's a guy who had a costume on that made it look like his dick was out. And then there's another one, the one I'm talking about, where the guy's just got a bulge from hell where it looks like he stuffed his swim trunks. Because it looks like he's smuggling a squirrel inside of his outfit. So, look, man, we're going to talk about all of that shit a little bit later on. But I want you to know.
Somebody got phone calls after that
Listen,
performance.
I'm not the gay one.
So if he wins a medal, does he get points for like additional draft? I mean, like, because you got to think that
right there is some
hang
drag.
down is holding him back.
Yeah. Somebody texts in, years ago, someone spray painted over the A on the Atwater city limit signs. Oh, that's funny. That's creative because then it becomes twatter. That's kind of fun. So like you got Bach turns to cock, Atwater turns to twatter. These aren't bad. I'm giving those a pass. That's good vandalism right there.
You know, there's bad vandalism. We get that all the time, but good vandalism. It's fun and cheeky.
Exactly. It's not hurting anybody. It's twatter, cock. It's fun. Stop Big Troon says, so he's going to be a popular boy when he gets home. He'd fucking better be.
I mean, yeah.
Atomic
Bird
Ray
is out.
Atomic Ray says Fat Jacks would cut off Johnny's dick if he fucked the strippers. Is that true?
Yeah, that is very true. They get very, very pissed about.
Yeah, I meant true. I didn't mean to say two like a fucking ape. But go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I assumed. But yeah, no, that is true. That is two. That is totally two. You can't you can't fraternize with the girls when you work there.
Yeah, I'm not talking about fraternizing. I'm talking about fucking them.
Well, I believe they count that as fraternization.
Not really. What if you don't talk? What if I just shove a piece of my body into their body?
No one's gonna do that silently with that crowd, man. It's not gonna happen.
Well, I mean, they're all screamers, fucking fakers. But, you know, I mean, I've always wondered about that. Aren't a lot of them like college kids from St. John's?
No.
The dancers? They're not?
They're a variety of ages.
But do some of them come from the colleges?
Some of them, yeah.
Okay. I just wonder about that. Because, like, if you're a college kid, you don't really know what the fuck you're doing.
If you're a college kid and a stripper, you're fucking rolling in bank.
For sure. You're making a shitload of money.
You're making a shitload of money.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about a black lady who got capped in the head by cops. You want to do that?
Yeah, that's more fun.
I'm really good at transitions today. I'm chilling. You were telling your story about your lady. I put my feet up. I should get in game face mode here. Welcome to the show, everybody. It's Steel Toe. We're excited. I've got business to attend to after the show today, like actual Steel Toe business. I'm going to be making some money, maybe cutting an evening show. I don't know. It looks, things are looking up for toe. There's no business like toe business. And we might be getting to change the schedule a little bit. Honestly, if I was able to cut Wednesday nights, I'd probably go Sunday, Monday for evening shows. That'd be kind of nice, but we'll see. Who gives a shit? Let's talk about the black lady who got shot in the head by cops. Remember the lady who got her head blown off because she had the pot of boiling water?
Yeah.
She goes, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And then the guy just fucking shot her in the head. And it was one of those, holy shit.
Yeah, like, why did you do that?
Like, there was no reason for you to shoot that lady. It seems like you just got a little pissed off and just decided to cap a bitch. Well, we're learning more about that officer. And you know how, like, with the Trump shooting, we all had these conspiracy theories, and then information started coming out about it, and we kept going, this is making me believe more and more in my conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
The news that's coming out on this Sonia Massey, the Sean Grayson, the guy who shot her in the head, the more that comes out about him, the more you're like, yeah, he's not looking any better in this whole thing. Like, let's just say there were red flags about this fucking lunatic. Let's see if we, let's play some of the video here.
So what'd you hear?
Somebody keeps outside my house. Murder was in her home, according. Right.
Here we go. So, okay, let's go back a little bit. They tell her to go get this pot of boiling water off her stove.
Well, they just wanted her to turn the stove off.
Right, they didn't want to fire or anything like that.
Check on her.
She had called because there was someone around her house. She thought someone was being an intruder. So
Yeah, she called
the
there was a
police.
prowler or an intruder, so she called the cops.
She called the police, yeah.
No, we don't need a fire while we're here.
Right. Let me see. Okay. Where you going?
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I
Rebuke you in the name of
That sounds like a
I
joke.
swear to God,
Yeah, that sounds like a joke. Like, it sounds like she's kidding. Like, they're backing
I
away from...
rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, like, they're backing away from her hot water, and she's goofing on him. She's like, why are you backing away from the water? And they're like, we don't want to get burned with the water. She's like, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. They're like, what? She's like, I rebuke you in the name... And this guy just stopped having fun at that point.
Yeah, his fun meter was at 0. He
Yeah.
couldn't take it.
Where you going?
away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I
Rebuke you in the name of
You better God, I swear to God, I'll you in your face.
See, like, now that just seems
She just
unnecessary.
said, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That just seems unnecessary.
That's an escalation of no, like, why?
Right.
And
Sir,
again,
I don't
would
believe you-
still go for the taser.
Yeah, sir, I don't believe you need to do that. That's like, and this is kind of what I hate about cops is they always back each other's play. Like, at what point does the guy behind him go, hey, bro, dude, fucking
Whoa,
chill.
homie.
It was a joke, bro. I want to go back to this. Because she was cooperating the whole time.
Right.
She was giving them information the whole day. Remember, she's the one who called them out.
Where you going?
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I
Rebuke you in the name
You
of
better God, I swear to God, I'll you in your face.
So, like, to me, it sounds like she's doing a joke, like an exorcist or whatever.
Like, yeah, like a goof, like a gag.
Yeah.
She's having a polite conversation. And honestly, if he hadn't pulled his gun and she said, okay, I'm sorry, he would have realized the whole thing was again, like, there was no need to pull the gun.
No. There was certainly no need to tell her, I'll shoot you in the fucking face. I mean, why would she call you guys out there just to throw scalding water on you?
Steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I
Rebuke you in the name
You
of
better God, I swear to God, I'll you in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot! Drop the pot!
I'm gonna go get my
Why?
kit. No, yeah, dude, she's done.
Did you? Okay, go back. I haven't seen this part where he goes, I'm going to go. His partner says, I'm going to go get a kit, meaning a medical kit. And the guy goes, no, it's a headshot, dude. She's fucking done. Like, this guy feels nothing, no remorse for what he just did.
And on top of that, it turns out she wasn't done, and like they should have got a med kit. She still didn't make it anyway.
Yeah, they still went and got a med kit eventually, but, you know, what's the point?
You in your face.
Okay, I'm
sorry.
Then he shoots her.
Drop the pot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that pot's empty. Like she
I don't know
dumped
if
the
the
pot
pot's
down the
empty or
drain.
not.
Well, look how she holds it. It looks like she holds it towards her body, like with the open part towards her body.
I'll rebuke you in the name.
Here.
Either way, I
I'll rebuke you in the
Watch.
name.
You better God, I swear to God, I'll drain your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot. Drop the pot.
yeah, it does look like she.
I'm gonna go get my kid. No, headshot, dude. She's done. You can go get it, but that's a headshot.
Like he's almost laughing about it. He's like, no, you can go get a medical kit, but that's a headshot, dude. She's done. It's like, yeah, well, why don't you stand there and admire
Again,
your
she
work?
didn't need to be shot at all. Oh my God! Like just
It was brutal, man. And by the way, this is that one shooting that's going to allow fucking dumb cunts to take every justified shooting for the next 6 years now and go,
and say that it's just, oh, he's black, it's not fair.
right, these are the racist cops again. Remember Sonia Massey? And you're going to have to go, yeah, look, Sonia Massey was bad. But
Sonia Massey was a victim. It was a situation of a cop using excessive force and really getting out of control. But that doesn't mean they all are.
right, that doesn't mean this dude was just, or that this dude wasn't justified.
God damn it. God. Dude, I'm not taking boiling water to the head. Hey, look, it came right to our feet, too.
Grayson has
Well,
been
yeah, when you blow someone's head off, they usually spill what's ever in their hands. It came right to our feet. Oh, my God, I hope your toesies are okay while that lady's fucking brain matter spills out all over the floor. She's like, look, man, my fucking shoes got wet. Oh, well, I mean, in that case, take care of business, boys.
indicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder and a count each of aggravated battery.
Is it just me, or does he look like the missing Paul brother?
Yeah.
That's Billy Paul, Jake and Logan's less successful brother. He took a few too many shots to the head during high school football, and now he's got CTE. So he kind of took
That's
it.
Lenny Paul. That's the one that they don't talk about very much.
Lenny Paul. I can shoot the Negro, George.
I'll shoot the Negro right in the head, I swear.
I'll tell you right now, George, if any of those Negroes try to throw boiling water at me, I'll bash their goddamn heads in with a stick.
With a firearm and official misconduct. The sheriff's department has fired Grayson. At his arraignment, Grayson entered a not guilty plea and was denied pretrial release, according to court records. CNN reached out Saturday.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't let him out of jail because, like, you can't have bail stipulations that say can't be around running water. I mean, that's kind of hard to avoid.
Yeah.
So we've learned a little bit about this Grayson fella, and it sounds like he's got some fucking issues. Years before Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson gunned down Sonia Massey in her own home, he had been discharged from the Army for serious misconduct and had a history of driving under the influence. He also failed to obey a command while working for another sheriff's office in Illinois and was told he needed high-stress decision-making classes.
Oh, boy.
If he had them, I don't think they took.
Someone didn't take notes in their classes, sir.
Well, and not only that, but like, it's kind of like the old Catholic Church with the priests. Like, they just keep passing these guys off
Yeah,
from
they just
precinct
moved
to
him
precinct.
to another department time and time again. Like,
Yeah.
Like, it's going to get better if he goes somewhere else.
Let's see, you're a head case who got kicked out of the Army, and even the police department thinks you need high-stress decision-making courses. You know what? I think we might hire a fat woman this time around.
I feel like if he's on the force, you got to fire for this guy. He's on dispatch. Like, there you go.
Grayson, back on the radio. So now, body cam footage, another deputy, blah, 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 blah. Massey's death stirred memories of other black women who have been killed by police. See, they're going to go with Breonna Taylor, Atiana Jefferson, all these. So what happens is this guy acts like a fucking dick, and now it's going to be impossible for cops to do their job for another 5 years. You know, it's like Groundhog Day. If you go into the black person's house and you don't shoot them, you're going to get an early reprieve. If you go into a black person's house and you blow their head off, it's going to be 5 more years of shitty times for cops.
But yeah, they are. The part that bothers me is they are going to use like situations like this with justifiable excessive use of force.
Yeah.
Like they're going to use a situation like this to then argue that cops defending themselves from like a 17-year-old who starts shooting at them and them shooting back. Like, why did they kill my boy? Like, well, he did open fire. Like,
Yeah.
they just murder black people. Like, no.
Mm.
Sometimes, but no, not this time.
Yeah,
This was-
it's just this weird conversation you have to have with a grieving family where they're like, well, Sonia Massey was gunned down. It's like, yeah, your son's not Sonia Massey. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Your son, again, you seem to forget the fact that your son did something to instigate a situation. Sonia Massey called the cops for defense and
Right.
should never have.
And then followed their orders to go take care of the pot of boiling
Yeah,
water.
she wouldn't have even had the pot of boiling water that they were so worried about if they didn't tell her to go over and handle it.
Oh,
I don't know why one of them couldn't have just like, I'm going to go over here and turn off this stove. That's all they had to do.
I saw his name in this story and I thought that he was her lawyer. I was going to say, guess who her family got for the lawyer for the civil
Who?
case? Old Benny Crump. George Floyd's lawyer, old Benny Crump. But no, he was just on CNN talking about it. Her family's attorney's name is Daniel Fultz. Dude, I want to see Benjamin Crump's house. Just what he made from the George Floyd case alone, that $27 million settlement.
Yeah, how much of that did he get?
I'm going to say 20 to 30%.
20 to 30?
Oh, yeah. It's a fucking nice payday, dude. You get a nice chunk. But yeah, they're going to use this psycho to fuck over every cop who shoots someone. The 30-year-old Grayson was indicted by a grand jury last week on 3 counts of murder. He has pleaded not guilty and was denied pretrial release. As more details emerge about Grayson's DUIs and previously documented incidents from the military and law enforcement, Massey's family members are tormented. Wait a minute. They have one nagging question, their attorney Crump said. Wait. Massey? Wait a minute. Oh, Grayson's attorney is Daniel Fultz. Oh, no, Benjamin Crump. Okay, so the Massey family did get Benny Crump. So he's getting.
I'm sure Crump jumped at this.
Yeah. Oh, God, he's getting a fucking beach house out of this one.
Yeah.
Do you think Benjamin Crump looks at every shot black person by the cops and goes, that's a boat? That's a house?
Yep.
It's a nice boat. It's a really nice house. Like he just kind of, almost it's almost like shopping day for old Benjamin. I refuse to believe and refuse to feel bad for making fun of him because I refuse to believe any of these attorneys have a soul about any of the cases they pursue because and it's not even technically their fault. If you're around this kind of shit all the time, it's got to dull your senses.
A little bit, but also let's not forget you're motivated by the money. Because again, like I thought like 10% of that settlement would be a good payment for your services. You're saying he took 20 to 30. Like then I'm like, okay, then you're just fucking like, all right. It's so sad. I'm fighting for racial justice, but oh boy, look, I've got a new
the thing about
house in
the thing about a lot of those lawyers, if they work on commission, it's usually about 30%.
Right, but they're not like I said, 30% of this is one thing, but 30% of 27 million is a little different.
Annoyed
Right.
Wawa supervisor says, fuck this guy. He looks like he puts Punisher stickers on all his shit. I hope his wife can move on and start taking firefighter dick. Well, best wishes, right? One, invite me over and try to get me to buy her stuff and get mad. What? New guy says, bad shooting, but has anyone dealt with black women recently? Jesus Christ, dude. Bigot on socialist media says police officers don't get regular mental health assessments? Or are you kidding? What are you talking about? Oh, no, not a fucking chance. No, sir. 295 is today's number. So here's what they found out about his army days. Let's play this story from Wichita, Kansas. I believe.
The death of an Illinois woman, Sonia Massey, at the hands of a sheriff's deputy is in the national spotlight. It was all caught on body camera footage. Now we're learning the deputy, Sean Grayson, was discharged from the Army for serious misconduct in Kansas. Grayson has been fired from his job in Springfield, Illinois, and indicted by a grand jury on multiple counts in the killing of Massey. The former deputy was employed by 6 agencies since 2020. We're still working to learn
time
why.
out. Do the math on that. He's worked for 6 agencies in the last 4 years. Is law enforcement, are they just professionals?
It's like 2 a year almost.
I know. Like, are they just professionals when it comes to missing red flags?
Oh, Jesus. Do none of you guys contact his former place of employment?
But it's like whether it's a school shooting and we find out about the shooter and it's like he was known to law enforcement, or, this cop goes nuts and just blows a woman's head off and they're like, yeah, he'd bounced around a lot and he had mental health problems. Oh, you just found that out recently? No, we knew about it when we hired him. It's just we thought he'd be okay.
We figured he'd worked it out by this point.
Yeah, we figured he got it out of his system,
He was discharged from the Army. The killing of Massey is calling attention to de-escalation practices.
I'm trying to get help, y'all.
The call from Sonia Massey on July 6th was for a possible prowler. But seconds after she picked up a pot of boiling water in her kitchen, her family is making a call they never imagined.
I want justice for my baby. Yeah.
Action show.
Look at Benny Crump in the background, firing them all up. Get him. That's right. Daddy wants a Chevelle, fully decked out.
Owned by Sangamon County deputies were flawed to a 27-year police veteran and criminal justice professor. Are you looking through professor eyes, criminal justice professor, or also your background in law enforcement? Both. Starting from the beginning, after officers did not find a prowler,
I heard somebody outside.
Yeah, we checked your house, we checked your backyard. I walked all the way through all these backyards.
the interaction to Professor Hamilton could have ended there.
I think it elongated a call that didn't need to be elongated.
Minutes later, inside of the home.
Let's get your ID first, and then one task at a time here.
Okay.
Why do they need her ID?
Yeah, I don't know why they need her ID. Are they filing some sort of paperwork?
No, they didn't find a prowler. They came out, they checked it out. Usually it's all right, good night, ma'am, and you take off.
Grab your ID. Check on her.
I need this.
No, we don't need a fire while we're here.
Right.
That was another directive Hamilton did not agree with.
I'm never sending somebody toward anything that could lead them to an area where they might have something that can harm me.
In a matter of seconds, officer...
no matter what the call is, you don't want to send people toward an open flame.
And like I said, if you have a problem with the pot of boiling water on the stove, why couldn't they just go over and turn off the stove?
Right, you go turn it off.
Just ask her if, like, hey, can I go turn the stove off quick? I just don't like the stove running while we're doing
exactly, and that makes sense. That makes sense.
Mr. Grayson fired.
You and I.
But Grayson did not render aid and discouraged his partner from doing so.
While his partner indicated something about rendering aid, his comment was, hey, it's a headshot. It's, no reason to do it.
That right there was the sociopathic move in my mind. Is where he's like, yeah, fuck it, headshot. She's donezo. It's like, all right. I mean, I guess, but what the fuck, dude?
Well, that's not what we're trained to do.
Beyond finding a non-lethal use of force, Hamilton thinks the officer could have chosen different words.
He also could have given the commands without drawing the weapon. That's the other part of it. Doing the put the pot down, drop the pot. Again, I think calm voices make a difference.
Massey's 911 call started.
I'm trying to get help, y'all.
And Hamilton thinks there are so many other ways it should have ended.
There were just other opportunities available, and I just feel like it didn't have to happen.
In Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to agree with that guy. And then you find out that this guy's been bouncing around from precinct to precinct, and he got kicked out of the Army and all. Like, to me, you get kicked out of the Army for personal misconduct, that ends your law enforcement career.
Yeah, you're going to have to do some serious stuff for that to happen.
He was discharged due to misconduct, serious offense, it says. The documents,
so I guess I'm guessing that's pretty bad.
The file did not detail the alleged misconduct. CNN asked the Army for more details, and they said Sean P. Grayson was a 91B wheeled vehicle mechanic in the regular Army from 2014 to 2016. He had no deployments and left the Army in the rank of private first class. Grayson was on the Kincaid police force for only 3 months before he was let go, but because he refused to live within a 10-mile radius.
Okay.
Court records show Grayson was charged with 2 DUI misdemeanor offenses in Illinois, one in 2015, one in 16. The first incident occurred in August 2015. Grayson's vehicle was impounded after he was charged with driving under the influence. He pleaded guilty and paid more than $1,320 in fines. In July 2016, Grayson was charged with another DUI. He pleaded guilty and paid more than $2,400 in fines. Jesus acknowledges DUI charges when he applied to be an officer in Illinois in 21. Worked there from July of 2021 to May of 2022. Did not last a year. It did not reveal any problems or disciplinary issues. In May 2022, he started working at the Logan County Sheriff's Office in Illinois. He wrote the sheriff a brief letter detailing his terrible decision to drink and drive. His letter said he also lost his driving privileges for 1 year after pleading guilty to his second DUI in 2016. One agency recommended that he take high-stress decision-making classes. The recommendation came after Grayson failed to slow down after his boss called off a vehicle pursuit. Grayson was driving about 110 before striking a deer. Yeah, the guy does not sound like the kind of guy you want to stick your neck out for, that's all.
At a certain point, I feel like this guy should be one where when he applies, you go, yeah, but no, we're good. Thank you. I mean, dude, how many red flags do you need?
Yeah.
How many? This dude has more than enough.
Lander says, did she threaten to make him mac and cheese? Right, like it's a fucking boiling pot of water. Just leave it there. Why don't you guys get the fuck out of the house and she'll tend to it when you leave?
Yeah, and again, you guys were there looking for a prowler. I mean, she's the one who called. I don't know what. Like, again, I feel like you could have just been like, there ain't nobody here. We got nothing.
It doesn't make any sense. Coltrane says the thing that will stick the cops/state is that he has a history, and they hired him anyway. Yeah, that's gonna leave them on the hook for old Benjamin Crump to make a buck or two.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure. Boys and girls, we are $295 away from today. You guys are off to a good start. Thank you for your contributions. Throw us a few bucks. Let's get under 200 by the end of the next hour, and I think we're looking great. Thank you guys so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Somebody says the whole "I will shoot you in the fucking face" is just a tad excessive as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It did seem that escalated quickly. There was nothing confrontational about the entire visit the whole time.
She wasn't confrontational.
No. But alas, she's dead. Somebody's getting paid, and if this guy doesn't go to jail, people are going to lose their fucking mind, aren't they? I'm pretty sure he's going to jail for a long time. I don't think there's any covering this one up. All right. I've got some news for you, Johnny.
What's that?
There were a lot of conspiracy theories coming out of the Trump assassination attempt, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want people to know that a lot of these conspiracy theories are just that. They're conspiracy theories. They're total bullshit, right?
Right.
And the reason, like, some people were saying, oh, this Crooks kid, he was part of the MK Ultra program. You know, Ted Kaczynski has talked about MK Ultra, how he was part of these experiments about, like, brain manipulation and mind control and all that stuff, you know? And so then people were saying, well, this Crooks kid, he was part of MK Ultra. They did experiments on him that would make him more obedient, and they could give him, like, basically Manchurian candidate type shit. You know?
Okay.
Well, I have great news. It turns out that shooter was not part of a CIA MK Ultra mind control program.
Well, that is really good news. How do we know that?
The CIA said so.
And you believe them?
Well, I mean, why would they lie? Yeah.
The CIA,
right?
is saying, "Hey,
Central Intelligence Agency."
Yeah, they don't really come out with an official stance on anything. They don't really answer to anyone. So it seems a little weird. Hey guys, we didn't do an MK Ultra thing with this guy. We MK Ultra ended years ago. So he couldn't. He's too young. He would have been a fetus, like at the best. Like, so we didn't. It's weird for them to come out and deny it. Like, was anyone specifically pointing to the CIA and saying he was a CIA operative? I remember people talking about people from the FBI, like being near the house, and I remember reading something somewhere about his parents being like psychologists or something.
Ruh-roh. And there was an FBI guy who kept showing up at his parents' house, or at least a guy who kept going back to an FBI headquarters.
Yeah, but again, that nothing about that specifically says CIA. It's weird for the CIA to go, "Whoa, guys, it wasn't us. We didn't do it. It wasn't an MK Ultra thing."
I think it's usually a high percentage shot to take, you know, if you're like, CIA had something to do with this. It's more an FBI thing, though, because it's like ATF, FBI, going back to like the 80s and 90s and Ruby Ridge and Waco. They're the ones who are always fucking this shit up. The CIA usually gets their man, unless you're talking about Castro. They could never get Castro for some reason. But I think they got everybody else. Like Lenin.
Like Kennedy.
Yeah, Kennedy! Mr. Shit, he didn't even get to finish. Poor guy. Fly High says, do you think that cop should go to jail, Aaron? Yes, of course. I think he murdered that lady. I
think that guy shouldn't have been a cop. I absolutely think he murdered that lady, and he deserves as guilty and as long a sentence as they can give.
Yeah, I don't think that guy is anything good. Well, good to know, guys. The CIA is saying that the Crooks guy was not part of a secret CIA program that involves brainwashed killers. That's the claim being made by some accounts on Twitter. Well, then we should take that to the bank. But the U.S. intelligence agency is taking the unusual step of directly and forcefully denying the claims. That is weird, though. Like, why does isn't the whole thing with the intelligence community like you just don't even address these quote unquote in their mind what would be stupid fucking?
You don't have
theories?
to answer to these people. You practically don't answer to anybody.
Right. We don't have to talk about.
Who the fuck cares?
Suck my dick. I'm not talking about MK Ultra. Fuck you. There's no
some
MK.
cunt on Twitter. I don't need to disavow your claims.
Yeah. Now the CIA, they're getting all like sensitive on us, and they're like, oh, no, you guys, it's not fair. You keep saying that this guy was MK Ultra. MK Ultra's not even real. I don't know. This might be a weird sentence, but I trust Ted Kaczynski. I do. I trust Ted. Ted wouldn't lie to me. And Ted Kaczynski says he was part of all this shit. And Ted Kaczynski, if you've ever read like his manifesto, which if you do, wild read. Ted Kaczynski did like warn us about all the problems we're having with technology right now. Like,
what do you mean?
Well, he was, some of the audience has told me about this. He warned us, he's like, birds are now mimicking like city sounds and device sounds and things like that. And it's kind of taking the goodness out of nature and shit like that. Things Ted God, this fucking weirdo Polak name. Kaczynski predicted. In short, humans adapt to machines rather than vice versa, resulting in a society hostile to human potential, freedom, and dignity. Kaczynski indicts technological progress for its destruction of small human communities and the rise of inhospitable cities. I mean, he kind of...
Yeah, no, I'd say he called that one.
Yeah, he definitely called that one.
Shit.
Is he died yet, or is Kaczynski still hanging in there? Is the Unabomber alive? Oh, he died. When did he die? How did I miss Kaczynski dying? Oh, he died last year. Wait, he K'd himself last year after all that time in jail? Yeah, that so doesn't make any fucking sense. Hold on a cotton picking minute. 81-year-old man a year ago just up and offs himself?
Apparently.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it, bro.
I just realized your shirt says Desperate Man on it.
That was the name of the album that he was promoting.
Yeah. But it's also a very good bumper sticker for you.
It was the Double Down tour, and the Desperate Man album was just coming out.
Yeah, I guess you just don't realize you're wearing a shirt that on it just literally says Desperate Man.
Oh. Well, that's
I guess truth in advertising.
That's all it is I'm a big Eric Church fan. So
right.
Kaczynski's what do you call it? Manifesto. Its central thesis is that the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have proved to be a disaster for the human race. You know what I compare the Industrial Revolution to?
What's that?
A book called The Puppy Who Lost His Way. And while the puppy had become a dog, but the industry, my friend, that was a revolution.
The fuck are you talking
It's from
about?
Billy Madison.
Oh, jeez.
This is what Kaczynski had to say. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. Bro, we locked up the wrong dude. He was trying to tell us something. I mean, he was putting bombs in people's mailboxes. You shouldn't do that. That wasn't good. That was a bad idea, Ted. But, you know, the guy was hitting. Right? I mean, this guy was not an idiot. He authored a study at Harvard when he was 16. He was an assistant professor at Berkeley by the time he was 25. I mean, this guy, he was a smart fucking dude.
Yeah, and he might be right about some of this stuff.
Might be.
But he kind of...
Dude, by the time I'm done reading this, Ted Kaczynski is going to be one of your heroes, and you're going to feel fucking weird about it.
Okay.
You've never heard Ted Kaczynski's, preachings?
Nope.
Oh, yeah. Ted Kaczynski was on it. He argues for a revolution, not a political revolution, but an insurrection against technology. Now, remember, this is a guy who said that the CIA fucked with him, gave him drugs. He was part of MK Ultra. He was part of this whole deal. He argues for a revolution, not a political revolution, but an insurrection against technology, arguing that it is not possible to reform or modify the system to produce benign consequences. He is particularly scathing of leftists. Leftist thinking, he says, stems from low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, and defeatism. Conservatives, on the other hand, are fools because their promotion of technological progress will inevitably lead to the breakdown of communities, way of life, and traditions they purport to defend. So, Ted Kaczynski is sitting here going, bro, you can't have conservatism if you're not conserving anything.
Right.
You're moving us down the primrose path. And it's true. Once we embraced technology more and more, we became more distant from each other. We were colder and crueler to each other, shittier
Everybody
to each other.
talks through a screen.
Yep.
We see a fight happening and we don't interact. We do this.
Motherfucker, I told you by the time I'm done with Kaczynski, he's going to be your boy.
Fuck, dude. All he had to do is say in a couple of years there'll be this thing called TikTok and I'll be like he's a fucking prophet.
Dude, would you have... Okay, and while we say that the whole, blowing people up thing was wrong, would you have listened to him if he hadn't?
Yeah, dude.
Would you? All right.
If he had a way to get his message out there, but I'll say this. If he hadn't done that, he probably wouldn't have gotten his message out there. People would be like, yeah, you're just crazy.
Kaczynski, therefore, stands outside our traditional notion of revolutionaries. He is a pure Luddite. Well, fuck you, dude. And his ideas are worth exploring at all. And if his ideas are worth exploring at all, it is precisely because of this. It gives us the opportunity to study the case against technology, the argument that far from benefiting humankind, it is destroying it. I'm down to have that discussion, by the way. That's a discussion that I think needs to take place. His case centers around his analysis of what he calls human drives. These he defines as things we can achieve easily, those that we can achieve but with difficulty, and those which are effectively unattainable. According to him, in many respects, life is too easy. He says it is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence and, most of all, simple obedience. Kaczynski, right? Like, obey the machines, dude.
Just do the thing.
Ted Kaczynski fucking, it sounds weirder when you say Unabomber, but like the Unabomber, I think, had us figured out. And you got to remember, dude, this is in the 90s. He's talking about this shit. Like, fuck no Twitter, like you said, TikTok, YouTube, none of that shit.
Internet wasn't even really that big at this point, I don't think.
Not as widespread as it is now, certainly. But he's sitting there just railing on it. Scarface with $4.99 says, why is the CIA using Aaron's middle school photo for the shooter? R.I.P. Uncle Ted. Yeah, fucking Teddy, man. Teddy was trying to talk to us. He was trying to talk at us, man. $2.95 away from today. If you want to throw us a couple of bucks like Scarface just did, please do. Scarface, have I given you your wrench back? I'm sorry about that, buddy. I'll hook you up. But you want to hear more Uncle Ted?
Yeah.
However, because humans have a basic need to be autonomous and to achieve difficult goals, this creates a vacuum. And the result is increasing mental health problems, depression, domestic violence, and frustration. In his dystopian, see, they call it dystopian view, even though he's fucking drilling it. In his dystopian view, modern conditions cause depression. But instead of removing the symptoms, sufferers are dosed with antidepressant drugs. Oh, Ted.
He's not wrong.
I told you. I can't believe that you've never gone through Kaczynski before. We should clip this. Like, this isn't something that the Stalins and people of the world want to clip out anyway.
Right.
We should clip out Johnny being introduced to Ted Kaczynski.
Johnny getting mind blown by Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
Johnny gets mind blown by the Unabomber.
You got to remember, this guy wasn't an idiot and he wasn't crazy. Like, he was a really fucking smart guy.
He was incredibly smart.
Yeah.
He built all of his own bombs.
Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society,
I have trouble with a Lego set.
They are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. And again, dude, this is almost 30 years ago he's talking about this shit. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature. I'm telling you, dude, just taking that little trolling motor with that picnic table out on the lake is like one of the funnest things in the world to me. Just out, you hear the water kind of like lap against the fucking barrels and shit. It's a nice
I'm
sound.
excited to have a week off of not doing streaming. I'm not gonna I'm gonna come back here and visit my daughter and stuff during the week, but like I'm not gonna come downstairs and sit at my desk with my fucking spaceship wall of monitors or sit in the egg chair and do a show or video game or any of that. No, I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna do real stuff with real people. I'm super stoked about that.
Dude, the internet is like getting worse. You know?
Yeah.
Like every month, every year.
That's proof of it literally right there. Like we showed up.
Like, dude, the internet gets worse and worse. People get the things people do to each other because they're so disconnected from them. They don't see them as human. Like, we've all just become little Nazis. Like, we can do
anything.
anything.
That's the thing. We can get a fucking, a fucking Reddit group to become our ecosphere. It doesn't, like, take, for example, the haters of this show. If you put the haters of this show in a room, like, together, what, would there be 100, 1,000, maybe? But, like, back in the day, those people would have no way to communicate. They'd have no way to group up or group together.
Right.
So they could only come at you, like, one at a time. And that's the way it was for most things. So now all of these little niche groups can feel like an army because they can find all of their friends throughout the world.
Yeah.
Because we're all connected. But by doing that, they're sitting in their basement. They're not connecting with the people in their community. They're connecting with the people in their echo chamber. And if their echo chamber tells them their community sucks, they become a problem to their community. Yeah. He is fucking right, man. Jesus Christ.
I told you, dude. Ted Kaczynski fucking nailed it. And and by the way, when you go out and you say this to people, don't let them talk you off it like you're some kind of crazy person. Don't do that.
I think I'm crazy.
I know. But when people go, you can't say that about the Unabomber. I can say whatever the fuck I want about the Unabomber. He fucking killed it. Because the bigger the city these people live in, the more disconnected they get, the shittier they treat people. And then you add the internet and shit on top of that. These people are going mentally ill. They're going insane. And they're treating people like horseshit. And it just makes everybody, including them, unhappy. Like,
people keep asking, why do we have more mass shooter events? Why do we have this and that happen? I don't know, man. It sounds like old Ted nailed it back then.
Well, wait until he gets to the part where how we should be living in smaller communities. And I think he's right. Like, we should be living in things that are more like towns or villages. And
like St. Cloud should be as big as it gets.
I don't think any city should have more than 50 to 75,000 people in it.
So we have to force people to live somewhere else then?
I don't know. Well, now we're getting into overpopulation.
Yeah. Welcome to my side of the fence, my friend. Welcome to my side of the fence.
Hold on. Let me see.
We got too many people.
Let me see how many towns are in the U.S. I want to see this. How many towns are in the U.S.? 19,052. All right, let's try to disperse the population. Ready? 350 million divided by 19,502. Dude, every city could have 18,000 people in it. That would be so good if we all, and think about it, those rural towns, they can fit 18,000 no fucking problem.
How do you feel about Nimrod, Minnesota? Well, too bad, because guess where you're going? Like, how do we decide who goes where?
It might be.
I got bad news for you. There's a lot of people in Chicago and New York that won't want to leave just because, yo, I shot town. I ain't going anywhere. No, you can't make me move. This is New York.
No. They're staying.
Oh.
They're going to stay. They're going to stay. Because we can sell it to them. We can be like, the city is yours. Chicago is yours. Do as you please, but start by freeing your white people and sending them to Boise. You know?
So what happens to these cities?
Yeah, it probably burn the fuck down. But they won't need as much infrastructure as they have now. You know how, dude, I'm just imagining Ted Kaczynski up in heaven and he's either going, I'm so fucking proud of this kid, or he's going, no, fuckhead, that's not what I was trying to say. Callie with $5 says, missed you guys. Great show. Thank you, Callie. Guys, we are 290 away this morning. Keep it going, man. Let's go to 200. And I hope people are as fascinated about this shit as I am. You want to keep going with Uncle Ted?
Yeah, we'll keep going with Ted because apparently I did not do my research.
Oh, yeah, dude. So he's like, all these big cities are fucking us up and making us mentally ill, and we just mask it with antidepressants. People are going crazy. They're becoming disconnected. We're getting away from nature. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society, they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. Ted continues, among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, LGBTQ plus anybody, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe.
Well, to be fair, there is one tribe that is still very much about the tribe, if we're honest.
Sentinel Island?
No.
Jews.
Oh, I mean, you don't have to just come out and say it. They don't like it when you just come out and say it.
These pressures, he argues, are compounded by the... I will say this. I'm not talking about like Orthodox, super religious Jews. They tend to just...
Yeah.
These pressures, he argues, are compounded by the fact that unlike primitive societies who could act in their own defense and had control over their lives, most of the threats we currently face are beyond our control. Pollution, war, redundancy, and such. Redundancy. That starts to make me think we're wiping people out. We would probably...
redundancy makes me think the government and its overuse of
maybe
resources and everything else for...
Yeah, but look what happened to the
ABC
Biscontis
agencies.
when Gavin started talking about redundancies. I mean, redundancies didn't work out for the compound people, as I recall. Dude, it's literally only Anthony that went over.
It's only Anthony. Yeah.
That's wild to me. Like, Gavin literally just made the decision. He's like, you people are worthless. I'm only taking Anthony. And you know what the worst part has to be for those people?
What?
He was right. He was fine. He got Anthony. He got all of Anthony's compound money. They get to split it up between the two of them, and they're doing just fine. I don't think they've lost people or anything. They're just cruising right along. So it sucks to have someone tell you you're redundant and they don't need you, and then to watch them do really, really well. That's the shittiest part. All right, more Uncle Ted. These pressures, he argues, are compounded by the fact that unlike primitive societies, we face redundancy, pollution, war. We could probably add to that threat from terrorists like Kaczynski himself. I don't like this person injecting their fucking opinion. Ted's on a roll. Ted is not a Ted did what he did because you guys made him do it. It's MK Ultra and shit.
He was drawing awareness.
He was bombing people's mailboxes because he was raising awareness, you guys. So for him, freedom is having control over your own life. And he believes that in an industrial society, we do not have this autonomy. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told to do. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. All of the earlier part of this thesis applies to technology that existed at the time. This is the writer now. The later passages speculate on future developments which are emerging right now. You ready for fucking Teddy predictions?
No, but I have a feeling they're going to freak the fuck out of me. Let's go.
This is the 80s and 90s he's making these calls. Old Ted Stradamus, Kaczynski. He says, if you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait until the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. We could go laws about trans kids.
I think he's talking about the DNA.
Oh, he's talking about like chipping them and shit.
Like genetic makeup of your kids.
Oh, such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. Scientists in China have genetically engineered human embryos, and in America, trials are due to begin shortly on genetically editing patients to cure a blinding disorder. He believes that ethical codes will not stem a tide. He says no code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role could stand up for long because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people, many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good. Can I put one word out there?
What?
COVID. That was us fucking around. That was us bioengineering shit. Because, if we make a deadly disease, we can figure out how to cure it. And Ted's like, we probably shouldn't do that.
Well, most of us were like, we probably shouldn't do that.
That's true. Yeah, we even tried to ban it. Well, look, that's a great example because remember we banned the government funding gain-of-function research, and Fauci fucking funded it anyway. It's just like Kaczynski said. You can put your regulations on it. They're going to keep doing it.
Temptation is there.
Oh, boy, he talked about AI.
Okay.
He believes will either make human labor redundant or else essentially purposeless, and that people will need to sublimate their need for stimulation and life fulfillment through hobbies or else be treated for their resulting problems, reducing people to the status of domestic animals. Kaczynski anticipates current thinking about the future of work, predicting that those with low levels of skill and little potential to retrain will be condemned to not working, whilst those that remain will need to acquire more and more specialized skills and become tiny cogs in an overall system designed and driven by technological need. He says, quote, imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, wine isn't bad for you if used in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink. Well, you know what is going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. He says, in order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. I mean, it does get their attention, but they tend not to listen to you. It's kind of the extreme example of standing in the road protesting Black Lives Matter.
I mean, or, speaking facts while shoving marbles up your ass. I mean,
that's just it. Old Teddy was shoving marbles up his ass. And, like, society broke him, so people are like, he sounded crazy. It's like, okay, he nailed everything, especially the mental health part. And then, like, he drove himself nuts, Coltrane with $1 says Ted Kaczynski unalived himself after he caught wind of today's technology. Couldn't take it anymore. Is that true? I'd believe it. I believe that old Teddy called it a day because he couldn't fucking take the horse shit that we were doing. Coltrane says, imagine if he had a podcast nowadays instead of bombs. Were you not listening to what Ted Kaczynski said?
Podcasts are part of the problem.
Teddy doesn't want
part
you.
of the problem.
Teddy wants you going out into the woods. He wants you having...
He's part of the problem.
I mean, I didn't say all that.
I did.
I wasn't saying that. I was part of the problem. I was trying to blame other people. But, yes.
But I mean, we at least provide a show. So that means, according to Ted, stream snipers are the lowest of the low because then they're building a community off of someone else's community that's just watching a community. It's like weird...
That's true. Ted Kaczynski,
pervy thing.
Ted Kaczynski was fucking. He's against podcasts, but he's really against stream sniping.
Yep,
that's what Ted Kaczynski was really.
He'd
saying.
Probably hate clippers too.
Yeah, you're really dishonoring the memory of Ted Kaczynski if you're clipping and stream sniping. I mean, that's really, I think, the lesson out of all the things.
Feel shame.
Yeah, out of all the things Ted Kaczynski was trying to teach us, I think he was trying to say clipping and stream sniping. That's a trip to the mailbox right there.
That's
No, I'm really glad that
send you a package.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you've never heard about Ted Kaczynski's like talks before.
I'm not, because now I'm hearing them and I'm going, but he's right, man.
Dude.
He's fucking right.
Again.
And now I'm feeling very disheartened about reality.
Old Teddy K was fucking hitting, dude. He was hitting. J-Bra says Ted hated polyamory. I bet you he did. I bet you Ted thought that was immoral and that you shouldn't do it. Guys, we are 290 away from knocking it out today. Why don't you go ahead and chip in a little bit, and we'll call her another win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All right, so that brings us back to the Trump shooter, who people said was part of MK Ultra. Now, I believe the CIA has now acknowledged that they did MK Ultra, but they don't do it anymore.
Yeah, they said it stopped in the 70s.
And no offense, Johnny, I don't believe them.
Yeah, I don't either.
Was the attempted assassination of former President Trump earlier this month part of a secret CIA program involving brainwashed killers? That's the claim made by some far-right accounts. The CIA, for its part, decided to push back very publicly against these claims, saying these claims are utterly false, absurd, and damaging. A CIA... damaging, I mean, you want to see what you guys have done. A CIA spokesperson told Gizmodo on Thursday. See, this is weird. Not only is the CIA talking and denying MK Ultra, but they're talking to Gizmodo.
Why?
Why is the CIA talking to Gizmodo? The CIA had no relationship whatsoever with Thomas Crooks. Regarding MK Ultra, the CIA's program was shut down more than 40 years ago, and declassified information about the program is publicly available on CIA.gov.
I'm sure they put it all up there too.
Yeah,
this is everything we did.
Yeah, you can trust the CIA to fully.
We wouldn't lie to you.
Yeah, they fully document all the shit they've ever done. Just ask them.
We wouldn't redact what we put up publicly.
Exactly. Just ask them about Castro. They'll let you know what was up.
Yeah.
Then the people in the comment section just started going to town. The denial is the admission of guilt. We're also not saying we bought him a drone. A 20-year-old with no social media for the last 3 years, whose parents are both licensed behavioral therapists. Nothing at all indicates he was weaponized by a secret government-run program or run behavior conditioning program. I mean, it doesn't not make sense.
Like I said, if that's true, his parents are both licensed behavioral therapists. That's the scariest thing of all. So you're a licensed behavioral therapist. You don't notice your son going to this extreme level. He has no social media like activity or presence whatsoever, but he's becoming this huge extremist. And a behavioral therapist doesn't notice that their own child is changing.
Or the CIA can just say, well, you know, I mean, we didn't train him to do anything, but we talked to his parents and we got his parents to work with him.
It turns out his parents were very susceptible to large amounts of money. And
I just don't want the CIA denying shit because it just makes me think they're guilty.
Right.
I don't.
Usually they are.
Right. Yes, Hablo Pacheco says, does the CIA still engage in MK Ultra? No, they're doing much worse things now. We're just putting chips right in people's brains.
We're just going to we've realized that, you know, dosing people with acid and trying to do mind control stuff, that's weird to get at them when they're an adolescent or an adult. You got to start with them with a kid. So you put together two people that will raise a child, and they're behavioral therapists, you see. So they'll just slowly work with him over his entire life, and they make it takes time, but you grow a perfect disposable asset.
Yeah. I think MSO says Ted Kaczynski would have hated your shirt. Oh, that's not. J-Bra says, I'll have you know the CIA only focuses on foreign adversaries. They said so themselves. Oh, you know what? That's true. See, that's where I'm wrong.
Yeah, the CIA doesn't operate within the U.S.
I was wrong. I forgot that they don't do that. See? Now I look like an asshole.
You got me.
Yeah.
Hand in the cookie jar.
It really is one of my absolute favorite movies.
I know. I love that movie, too. It's a good one.
You got me. Let's go to the text here real quick. If you liked the industrial society and its future, you'll love the system's neatest trick. Ted goes even harder. Okay. We'll have to have like an overtime that's just dedicated to the teachings of Ted Kaczynski. Did that just get me on a list, by the way?
Probably.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm on it, too, but nobody will be worried about me. Nobody suspects the cripple. We move too slowly.
So, all right. So the CIA is denying that the Trump shooter was in any way influenced by MK
So we're good.
Ultra.
We don't need to worry about it. They denied it.
Yeah.
Like, if the CIA denied it, there'd, nothing to fear.
Yeah, bro. Like
Nothing to see here.
I'm sleeping better tonight, knowing that the CIA shot me straight and told me the truth.
They wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course not. So good. Good. We're good here. The CIA says there was no MK Ultra. There was no MK Ultra. I promise. Niggardly says Chrissy's favorite rap group is A Tribe Called Equestrian. See that? Now you're going out of your way. By the way, I did want to shoot out Roots Calhoun today. Roots is having to put his dog down today. It's very sad. He's going to have a whole day with the guy. And then, just kind of a last day between man and dog. So throw up a little prayer for our buddy Roots Calhoun. He wants to perform. He's going to send you something. Could you do me a favor? Could you shoot me your email in a Facebook message right now? Is it Johnny Just Kidding at gmail.com? That's all it is?
Johnny.justkidding@gmail.com.
I'm sorry, guys. I know this is really unprofessional, but I'm going to text Roots because he needs to send you something.
Yeah.
And he says if he feels like performing, then he's going to go ahead and do some things. Johnny?
Yeah, no caps. It's Johnny.justkidding.
Oh, wait, Johnny dot. That would have fucked it up. Just kidding at gmail.com. There we go. There you go, Rootsy buddy. And he also said his dog is a pit and I should show pit bulls some love. So you know what? Just for Roots Calhoun, I'm going to not shit on pit bulls today. How's that? Is that?
I mean, that works.
Yeah.
Do I have to not shit on pit bulls today?
You can do whatever you want.
Good, because they're godless killing machines.
No, good for Roots, man. For Roots.
I'm sure Roots had one of the good ones. It only ate 1 or 2 toddlers. It'll be fine. And
He's going to, Old Roots is going to be at the anniversary show. By the way, 10 tickets.
so wait a minute. Why are they putting his dog down?
He's old and he's in rough shape, unfortunately.
Well, he's a pit bull.
He didn't kill any kids. I promise. I promise. And by the way, Roots is going to be at the anniversary show. The Aristococks will be there. Pete, Oz, Matt, Johnny, me. We've got another special guest coming, and I'm still working on a last one. I've got like 7 or 8 people already that'll be performing or coming up on stage, but I think I got one more up my sleeve. Before we do any of that, let's go ahead and throw some money at the old toe and knock down that 290. We're about on track for today, but let's get a little bump in here, and then keep ourselves in good shape.
How much time am I going to be doing then if we're having that?
I
many
think you and
people
I
on?
will each do a half hour, and then everyone else will just kind of have a quick kind of a setup, you know?
Okay.
Because anything longer than an hour and a half at the state that our fans are in
Right.
at that anniversary show gets long.
I'm totally fine with less time too. So I'm just,
Yeah. No, I hear you. And then, dude, I've got a really busy day today. I'm running off to finalize our private gig we're doing the next weekend.
Oh, okay.
And then I've got 2 new advertisers coming aboard, and I'm going to deal with one of them today and one of them tomorrow, and hopefully get them both started on Thursday, August 1st. And
I'm excited for the fall thing, man.
the fall, I can't wait to hear exactly what that's going to be. I'm really excited. I don't know if we're jumping in with both feet, or I don't know if they're putting our toe in first. No pun intended. Those 2 new advertisers coming aboard, though, I think
that's really going to float the boat for a while.
I think what I might do is just cut $50 off of each morning show goal.
That'd be beautiful.
I think that might be the way to go. Thank you to Mac for gifting 5 memberships over on YouTube. 280 away. Rally it up off of Mac,
Thank
guys.
you, Mac.
Thanks, buddy. 280 away from hammering her out today. Okay, let's continue on. You guys are going to love this. So we had a great talk about Ted Kaczynski. Getting, between last night's show and this morning's show, I'm getting old school. I'm getting old radio vibes.
All right.
Off of the last couple of shows. You guys are going to love this. I'm doing this just for you. Johnny, go ahead and read that headline.
Biden administration announces new 1.7 billion lethal aid package for Ukraine.
It's almost like a Monopoly chance card, Like the Biden administration, you grab a chance card and you're like, what's it going to be? Higher taxes for me or more debt? Or closer to World War III? And it looks like we're going closer to World War III.
I personally think I feel like this whole thing is a money laundering scheme, and the Bidens get a chunk of it, and so we're pushing as much as we can through before he gets forced out. I think that's why the family wanted to stay in, and the whole reason in the first place. Like, we stay in, if we're president for 4 more years, that's 4 more years of keeping this money printing machine going.
Oh, I don't even take that as a theory anymore. I think that's absolutely why they wanted to stay in. On the off chance that they won, they've probably been making a lot of money on this Ukraine stuff.
Yeah.
A lot.
I bet they've been making a killing.
Yeah. Well, Russia has literally been making killings. Adam gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy. $275 away from today. There you go, guys. Just hop into those PayPals and those Streamlabs and those Venmos and those Super Chats. You guys are doing it. $275 is our number. Go ahead. So the Biden administration announced yesterday a new lethal aid package for Ukraine of about $1.7 billion, consisting of missiles and ammunition for missile, artillery, and air defense systems the U.S. had previously provided to Ukraine. So this is just like a reloading package.
Yeah, we're just rearming them.
Yeah. How much does, let's see. How much does one surface-to-air missile cost? $1 million. So
okay.
You're looking at what? There's 1,000 millions in a billion. So you're looking at about 1,500 surface to air. That doesn't seem like very much.
Well, I'm sure it's more than just that, and some of them might be cheaper.
That's true. The U.S. is committing $1.5 billion in new weapons and equipment to Ukraine through the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. You know what that spells, Johnny? You know what the acronym for that is?
What?
USAI. See, because it's like patriotic to fight proxy wars against countries none of us want to be at war with. That's the amazing part about American foreign policy. None of the people want it. And like George Carlin said, even in a fake democracy, people ought to get what they want once in a while. And it is amazing. Right. Like Israel, we don't want, like you poll the American people, we don't want anything to do with that. Let Israel take care of it. Russia and Ukraine, we don't give a fuck. Let them take care of it. We don't care. But all these guys are just playing their games with these oligarchs and these arms dealers, and they're just doing what's best for them. There's no country anymore. It's a fucking corporation. It's a fucking conglomerate. It is a conglomerate. You cannot simply cut off the head. If one man betrays the, what is it? If one man betrays the...
if one man betray, I don't remember.
Oh, man.
Shit, I can't remember. If one man betrays the trust of the group, they betray him or something like that.
What is it? Shooter, was that guy Russian or French?
He's Russian.
Shooter, Russian speech. Oh, wow, it's just CNN clips. Nobody respect the movie Shooter? Movie. Here we go. Mr. Rate's advice. Oh, there's the still got the shovel. Was he not Russian? Where the fuck is this dude? Shooter. I'll go conglomerate. I don't have this dude. I don't have this guy. Ooh, Lodge Massacre. That was a good one.
That was a fun scene.
Nope. We don't have explosive shootout. Do we have could this be it?
The explosive shootout was the one where he went in to get the guy.
On my one.
Oh, no, this is after that guy shot himself. This is right after. God, that's such a good scene. Well, suck my dick. Let's continue on with our story.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants this war. Nobody wants us funding the war. We all know exactly what it drags us into. We end up paying for it, but all of these people get rich. Their bank accounts get bigger. Fuck us. And they just do it anyway.
Yep.
Zelensky's getting fucking loaded up. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to drag this thing out as long as they can. Zelensky's going to get overthrown. They're going to come to a peace deal where he's gone and a pro-Russian leader gets put in there so they can keep Ukraine together. And then Zelensky's going to get to move to one of his estates that he owns. And he's going to have
we won't get any of our money back.
Nope. And he's going to have a shitload of money. I've heard the rumor. And this, oh, by the way, people have been writing in saying they love hearing stories about my uncle and his political theories.
You should talk to him more.
My uncle's got one for you.
Okay.
Ready? Russia is actually invading Ukraine because they're with Trump and they're the good guys. They're the white hats.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians and Putin are the white hats, and they know that Ukraine is doing nasty, potentially dangerous, way worse than COVID shit in those medical labs that are in the Ukraine. And that we're working with Ukraine to work on these terrible diseases, and that Ukraine has a lot of the med beds. You know about the med beds? My uncle told you about the med beds?
The med beds.
They've got a lot of the med beds, and they're only letting the elites use them. And Russia and Trump want to let the people use the med beds. So Russia's secretly working with Putin to defeat Ukraine so they can secure these medical labs. That's why Russia isn't like wiping out civilian populations and they're moving very slowly, is because they just want to secure the medical labs for the good guys like Trump, and they can secure all these medical labs and shut down all the dangerous disease testing that they're doing.
Oh, boy.
So Russia is the white hats. They're the good guys. Putin wants to shut down these labs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Dude, my fucking uncle told me this. Has he been wrong about anything so far?
Dude, well, let's just say this. While I don't believe this at all, I certainly wouldn't mind a med bed in my condition.
Right. Dude, you know how much you benefit from med beds, bro? I don't know
I'd
if
be jumping and clicking my heels for med beds at
I
this
don't.
point.
I don't. And they would allow you to do that.
I'd quit smoking weed for med beds.
I don't know, man. My uncle, the theory on the Russia with the medical labs, and they're working with Trump and fighting with us, the white hats in America, because all these terrible black hats are fucking keeping all the med beds for themselves and trying to release diseases from labs, and the Russians are trying to cut that shit out.
I really love that you didn't notice that part. I thought for a minute there when I said I'd quit smoking weed for med beds, I thought you said, I don't know, man. I thought you were about to be like, I don't know, man. I've seen you. You smoke a lot of weed.
No.
You
You won't need weed with the med beds.
I won't. No, I won't. I don't need weed.
Someone texting in, you need to get your uncle on the show. Bro, fucking, that would be great. That would be great. 09 Canyon makes more sense than anything else I've heard about Russia and Ukraine.
Dude, if we get your uncle on for the show, we have to do him blacked out and voice modulated.
Yeah, and he can tell us about... Oh, by the way, I was wrong. Trump's not... I've been fucking up. I was hanging out with my uncle this weekend before Firefest, and he corrected me on one thing. Trump is not hanging people in the Colorado mountain.
Okay.
That's Trump's base of operations. And Mar-a-Lago is actually the White House, he told me. Mar-a-Lago is the new White House now. It's a no-fly zone, all of that stuff. Trump is operating the White House out of Mar-a-Lago. He's in charge.
So Trump's in charge right now, so everything that's going horrible with our country isn't Biden's fault. It's Trump's fault. Why should we vote for him?
It is a weird kind of, there's a mind fuckery thing going on there. But my uncle did tell me that Trump is actually hanging people in Gitmo.
Okay.
Yeah. And he said, AOC said that if Trump gets elected, she's going to be sent to Guantanamo Bay. And he said that was the admission that, Trump's been hanging people like Pelosi at Gitmo. But they're not hanging them in the mountain.
But if Pelosi's been hanged, why is she still in government?
That's a robot. That's
Right.
a Pelosi robot. The black hats created that Pelosi. Yeah. Oh, and JFK Jr. is going to be the vice president. They're just using My uncle told me that JD Vance was picked as Trump's vice president because they want to humiliate JD Vance for not being a real Trump guy. So they just want to use this to humiliate him, and then JFK Jr. is going to end up being the vice president because
How does that happen? You can't just change your vice president. Like, can you? You can't just get the election and be like, oh, and by the way, my vice presidential pick is actually this guy.
Johnny, I don't know. I'm just telling you what the facts are. All right. I mean, you're kind of you're busting me with follow-up questions here. Has my uncle been wrong yet?
Well, he hasn't been right either. I haven't seen these med beds.
I don't know. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that JFK Jr. is going to be vice president, according to my uncle, and JD Vance will be outie. All right? Okay. Snigger Niggardly says from Kiwi Farms, who is Alex Engelbert and why is she accusing Gino of revenge? Oh boy, I don't know. That's I'm not sure.
It's been getting thrown around a lot lately. Apparently,
getting thrown around a lot.
This is what I say about internet claims. Until someone's actually got legal court documents saying that they've been called up on something, I don't believe you and I don't care.
MSO says Aaron's uncle is Nick's dealer. No, my uncle is a good man. He's an honest man. He's a hardworking Central Minnesota guy. He would never do anything like that. Sam Show says, I thought they weren't killing civilians because you got to win over the hearts and minds of the people. It's those damn med beds. They don't
want to blow up the med beds.
Might be the old med beds. Let's take a look here. Oh, wow. Oh, my. Oh, yeah. One of his exes is acute. Yikes. Okie dokie. Well, we'll leave that alone. Coltrane with $1 sends us a link. Ooh, what do we have? CCX Media, child dies from Brooklyn Park. Oh, that kid who got attacked by that pit bull. They said he wasn't going to make it. He's officially dead now. That 3-year-old died from that pit bull attack. That's very sad that you sent me that. King Kong Dong has the shooter link for us. Perfect. if one of them betrays the, what is it?
What was he going to say?
I'm not going to put it up because we'll get banned.
That nothing, no matter how horrible, ever really happens without the approval of the government. Over there and here. The problem isn't the doing. It's the people in power having to admit that they knew.
That's the end of the clip. But it's like if one of them betrays, they replace them or something.
Yeah,
like
if one of them betrays the values of the group, they betray him.
Right, exactly. We are 275 away from today's goal. Guys, if you kind of like our fun little meandering, silly show today, and I hope you do, think about throwing us a couple of bucks and keeping us in the way we've become accustomed to here on this Tuesday morning. Thanks for throwing a few bucks at us. Nothing. It's all been YouTube and Rumble so far. I don't believe anything with PayPal. So whoever wants to pop that cherry today, we are here for it. So yeah, another $1.7 billion to Ukraine. If Trump wins and he stops that, and that's like one of the first things he does, I think that's going to be a huge popularity boost for him. I really do. I think he'll get a big like goodwill bump in the old approval rating if he stops the Ukraine and Israel shit right off the bat. People want that.
Yeah.
They want us to stop being involved with that shit.
A lot of people want us to free Palestine too. I just want us to not be involved. I want us to literally be like, we're not supporting Israel and we're not funding Ukraine. Like, you guys do you.
So does Trump pick pieces of JFK Jr. off the bottom of the Atlantic or what? Do medbeds do that much? Well, no. According to them, according to my uncle and the people that he listens to, JFK Jr. is still alive. He just needed to escape from the Black Hats because they were trying to kill him, so they had to fake his death so he could fight back against the corruption.
Oh, I was mistaking JFK Jr. for fucking the Kennedy that's running for president.
RFK Jr.
RFK Jr., yeah.
No. Fuck him. Trump is actually related to the Kennedys. They're all cousins, and that's why they're fighting together against the bad guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
My uncle told me that. Again, why lie? Why lie? That's what I ask you. I wanted to play this Dana White clip, but it's gone. Dana White was on CNN, and on CNN they tried to get old Dana. Oh wait, here we go. Dana White goes off on CNN. This will be good. You want to watch a 4-minute clip of Dana White just butchering the fuck out of those creeps?
Yep.
Dana is a guy who, the thing about Dana White is he's not trying to be a political dude.
Nope.
But when people try to make him political, he will tell you what he thinks. And I like that about him. He's not out there just going, hey, fucking Trump, I love him, blah, blah, blah. But then people want to they think they can interview Dana White and convince him he's wrong. And they'll be like, yeah. Are you sure you want to endorse Trump when he's this, that, and the other thing? And then Dana's like, oh, I fucking support Trump. I think he's going to do a great job for the country. And they're like, why are you talking about politics? And it's like, you fucking asked me, asshole.
Right.
I like the way Dana approaches politics. If you ask him, he'll tell you, but he's not going to volunteer it because he's got a fucking business to run. Unfortunately, all of these networks have him on, and they want to try to Trump own him, and it's so fucking gay. Let's watch.
Oh, wow. He already looks thrilled to be here.
Well, because he knows what they're going to do to him. He wants to be there. I want to say this was either Monday or Friday when he was either promoting UFC 304 or he was talking about the success of the event. Either one. They have him on, and then he knows that eventually CNN's going to try and take Trump cheap shots, and he's going to have to be the guy to comment on it. So this is Dana on CNN.
Campaign has already gotten pretty nasty. I think people expected it to get nasty now that there is a new head of that Democratic ticket. It's the vice.
Wait, Trump's the one getting nasty? You do know he's now got a clipped ear like a fucking Doberman because you guys keep calling him Hitler and a threat to democracy. Wasn't CNN the one that started comparing that one campaign commercial to a Nazi rally?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. I believe CNN was the one that said, "Oh man, the words in this it was one of the newspaper articles in the background of this ad said something about Nazis." And they tried to make it a Hitler thing.
They had an ad they were constantly running where they had a speech about Donald Trump saying about that they're taking your country from you, and if you want it, you have to take it back. We have to fight and take it back. Yeah. And then they were showing clips of January 6th, like almost as if to say he gave that speech to incite January 6th.
Right. So they keep doing this shit where they tell people this guy's dangerous, 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 dangerous. And then some lunatic psycho who's met with the government decides to take a shot and clip Trump's ear. And then Trump says shitty things about Kamala Harris, like criticizes her policy-wise and her performance. And CNN goes, wow, this is getting really nasty, you guys. I mean, this is, I tell you what, this is just incredibly nasty.
People are already saying Kamala Harris is a greater security threat than Trump because she's a black woman.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope.
Christ.
Vice President Kamala Harris, you know, you have joked before that politics is way nastier than sports or the UFC. But what we're seeing, I mean, there's a labeling of the vice president as a DEI hire. You yourself have.
What? Oh, that's what you've got?
That's the viciousness? A guy gets shot at and we call her a DEI hire because, you know, Joe Biden did when he picked her?
You call him a Nazi on a regular basis. He nearly got his fucking head blown off, but him calling her a DEI hire shows that he's the one being nasty. This is so fucking dishonest. It's like it's
gross.
It's really disgusting because you know there's people that watch this, and not a lot. I get it. It's CNN, but there's people that watch this shit, and no matter what you say to them, they're never going to go, oh, yeah, I can see how that's bullshit.
Nope, because they hate Trump that much. It's like, oh, well, it's disrespecting Kamala Harris. Like, it's disrespecting her. It's literally why she was hired. That's not even a joke. They said that the principal qualities for VP, black and woman, that before they picked it, they decided it would be a black woman. Kamala Harris was brought in on those two qualities.
Right. And, you know, DEI is supposed to be a good thing, remember?
Right.
Diversity,
it's
equity,
weird when
and
we
inclusion.
call people DEI hires. It's some sort of victimization or branding of them in a bad way. But yet we're supposed to embrace DEI and put DEI into everything. Like, why are we supposed to do it if it's a bad thing?
Right. It's insanity to me.
Prided yourself on giving both men and women opportunities at your organization. What do you think of this message that attacks the race and gender of an opponent?
Whoa. Are they trying to say that because UFC hires people of different genders, that it's DEI? No, you still have to win fights. They don't just let women come in and fight because, oh, we need more women. You got to beat the fuck out of people in the minor leagues of mixed martial arts first before UFC brings you in.
Saying someone's a DEI hire isn't racist if they're a DEI hire.
Right.
It's
saying they aren't qualified.
It's saying they were brought in because of things other than their actual qualifications. Yeah, they're not qualified. That's all it's saying.
It's so fucking
or at least they're not the most qualified.
Yeah.
The qualifications that they were graded on were not job related.
Right.
Yeah, I don't judge people by their politics and you know, who they vote for or any of that stuff. And listen, I don't know Kamala. She seems like she's a nice person. You know, I have nothing against her whatsoever. And like I said, I'm not political, but do I think that she is fit for the job? I do not, personally.
Right. DEI means you got, like, your identity was factored in.
Your identity got you where you are. You're not qualified to be here.
DEI means, when people criticize DEI, what they're saying is your identity got you there more than your accomplishments. Or if it was a tie on all counts, your identity gave you the tiebreaker.
But it's not necessarily about the policy. It's the approach to attacking one. I mean, I know that you are very well versed in what it's like to have a matchup, and people are going to go at each other for the sake of the sport and entertainment. But when it comes to attacks particularly, I mean, there was that quote from JD Vance, who is his running mate, talking about childless cat ladies.
Okay, we're going to talk about the childless cat ladies thing later in the show because I think JD Vance is handling it fucking horribly. What he should be saying is, let's move on and talk about fucking issues. I'm not talking about cat lady shit. You know what I meant? I would just go, you know what I fucking meant. You're not being honest about it, so let's just move on and talk about the issues. Because he keeps defending himself on this cat lady thing. Dude, we all know what you meant. You meant these crazy childless bitches who want to tell everybody else what to do and tell the rest of the country how they should be living. And our message is, mind your own fucking business. You have no investment in the future of this country. You have no children. You have no legacy. Congratulations. Good luck with your choices in your career. But don't fucking sit there and lecture us and tell us what we all need to do. Because we have families, we have children, we have a legacy to take care of, and we got to make sure they're on the straight and narrow. And we're not going to let people who have no vested interest in the future come and fuck it up for our kids. That's what he meant by childless cat lady. But the more he keeps explaining himself, in my opinion, the more he's losing.
The worse it gets.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, these are not things that are in line with enveloping perhaps women into the fold, which is something you have always stood for, you say, in your sport. Why shouldn't that be the same?
Why do we have to envelop women into the fold? If women are good, they will get into the fold. If women are good, they will be qualified for the job and they will get the job. We don't need to, again,
if men are good, they'll get into the fold.
I hate this hypocrisy of like, women are badass, women are awesome, women can do what men can do. All right, cool, let's run it that way. Why won't you guys give any women a chance? Which one is it? Do we have to pick them up and pat them on the head and go, here you go, here's a spot you didn't earn, take it? Or are you bad motherfuckers and you're just going to take the spot?
Are you masters of the game, or do you have to play from the ladies' tee? Which is it?
And again, I'm totally fine with letting you play from the ladies' tee. That's okay. But don't
just take that and know what it means.
Right. Don't hit from the ladies' tee. And then when you hit it on the fairway and I, shank it off to the left, don't act like you and I are playing the same game.
Don't act like we're equals.
Politics.
Yeah, well, listen, politics are the most disgusting, nasty. It's atrocious what is said in politics. And the things that are being said on one side are being said on the other side, too, about Trump and about, his choice for vice president. It goes both ways. This isn't like, oh, my God, look what's being said about Kamala. It goes both ways. They're both saying it. And like you said, it's already heated up and gotten nasty. And like you said earlier, it's only going to get nastier. That's politics. It is what it is. And it definitely goes both ways.
I don't know that it's going both ways.
Oh,
fuck
my
you.
God.
Fuck you.
Dana just gave one of the most fair, generous takes on political speech and political treatment that I've ever heard anyone give. He's like, it's happening on both sides. They're both being shitty to each other, blah, blah. And now this woman's like, oh, I don't know. Kamala and her people, they're just wonderful salt of the earth, and they're just getting bullied by these poor big men.
Yeah, and old Donald Trump's only getting shot at.
Right? The guy got fucking shot in the head. He got shot in the head, and you're saying it's not happening to him. This is insanity. You people deserve to lose. And you deserve to lose to someone. I'm sorry if this upsets anyone. You deserve to lose to someone as bad as Trump. Because in a perfect world, there's someone better than Trump to choose from. But you guys are so shitty that you deserve to lose to him.
Have the childless cat lady comment or a DEI hire who's calling you think that Vice President Kamala Harris is calling JD Vance a DEI hire, Dana?
No, he's white.
No, he got his job based on his skills because his skin color didn't buy him any extra credit.
His skin color probably caused people to pick over him at this point, the way society is now. You can't
I don't know. It's politics. He's white. That's
a winner. Yeah, you're right.
That's still more of an up than a down.
And where's he from? Where's JD Vance, a senator from? Ohio?
I think it's I have no idea.
I think he's an Ohio boy. So, yeah, it's still a win.
Come on.
But either way, she's going to say other nasty stuff about both of them. It goes both ways. And as voters, what we need to do is cut through all the BS, and you have to look at who do you think is best fit to run the country for the next 4 years. That is our job as voters. All of this.
And this woman on CNN is like, and it's my job to confuse the fuck out of those people.
It's my job to not even to confuse the fuck out of those people, to blatantly lie, to make it sound like someone who isn't qualified for her job is, because she's a DEI hire.
It's my job to make those people feel fucking confused as hell, afraid, scared, pissing their pants and shaking in their boots, and then I can tell them who to vote for. Hey, while I've got you in pissy pants and you're crying your eyes out about the future of this country, let me tell you about Kamala Harris. Boy, the Jehovah's Witnesses could learn something about the hard sell from these people.
The thing I'm disliking the most about this, like, as Dana White is talking, like, he's being very calm and restrained. I'm hating her face.
Yeah.
Just her smug, face. Like, if it were me on this interview, I'm like, so you just don't believe in reality at all. So you forgot that people have taken shots at Trump. You forgot that you've put out propaganda pieces that equate him to Hitler. Like, you've taken no responsibility for the hate that you've created that has stirred up an environment to the point at which people are taking shots at former presidents. You bear responsibility in that, and you have the audacity to say it's happening more on the Trump side than the other. Like, I mean, it drives me nuts.
I hear you, man.
That these people are allowed to do this. Like, it happens on Fox too, where there's points where they go off where I'm like, it drives me nuts. That's why I never watch Sean Hannity, because he's such a fucking cocknob.
He's such
I
a
just
Republican.
And
like, Hannity's one of those old school, like, dishonest Republicans where he'll just say, oh, the Democrats are saying this, what they mean is this, and he'll just, like, spin it.
Yeah, and it's just, I'm like, just shut up, dude.
Yeah. The Republicans are never wrong. And, you know, they always do the right thing. Hannity always struck me as a way more of a carny than like a Tucker.
And that's why I always tell people, like, when they're like, oh, well, I get my news sources from here and you listen to this one, so you're misinformed. I'm like, no. If you listen to only one, you're misinformed. Like, people be like, dude, it's CNN. What do you expect? I'm like, I expect CNN to fuck with me. I expect Fox to fuck with me. So I look at the same story from both angles. I pick out the common denominators, and then I try to sift through the bullshit. Like, you can't trust either one, but it's so disgusting when it's so obvious and upfront, where he's like, well, it happens on both sides. Oh, come on. It's way worse on. Like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
They called her a DEI hire. I wish people could just be honest and go, yeah, because she is. Don't you remember that part where Joe Biden says that he has the most DEI cabinet and they're going to have the most DEI vice president because she's going to be a black woman, and they didn't know who it was going to be yet? And then they picked Kamala Harris because she was a, wait for it, black woman. And that's what they touted about picking her for.
And by the way,
there are video clips of this.
And by the way, you can be a DEI hire and do a good job. Like, you can be a DEI hire and do your job well.
And that's another thing people should be arguing with this. They're calling her a DEI hire. Come on. Like, well, I thought DEI was a good thing. So you're saying we shouldn't do DEI and DEI is bad, and that people who are DEI hires aren't qualified for their job, or it's some sort of stigmatism?
Right.
So you're saying DEI is bad. I thought you liked DEI. I thought we approved of it. I thought it was a good thing. So why wouldn't we want to brag that she's the first DEI president? You guys should be running that. America's first DEI president. If it's such a great thing.
Is a bunch of nasty BS. All of it. Who's best fit to run the country? You as a voter, that's what you need to decide. Not, oh my God, he said this, and oh my God, she said that. There's going to be a lot of that over the next several months. And especially the media. Cut through all the BS that the media on both sides. You guys are really bad.
Yes, good for Dana.
Thank you. Oh my God, he's living a moment I've wanted to have for so long.
Good for Dana White. Just looking.
I might have almost come. Holy shit.
Looking the devil right in the eye.
Can we rewind that a minute? I need to see that again. I'm close here.
Give me a second. Good for Dana, just looking right at the devil and going, you're a piece of shit. That's great.
Oh
she
my
is not
God,
going to
yes.
take kindly to that. Let's check it out.
There's going to be a lot of that over the next several months. Cut through, and especially the media. Cut through all the BS.
They're yelling at her.
Yeah.
Her producers are yelling at her right now. Cut him
She's
off.
looking bad.
Yeah, cut him off.
They cut to a single screen, so they're telling her to stop interrupting him and to just shut up.
Yeah.
You're not doing well.
All the BS that the media on both sides. You guys are really bad. Fox is bad. Everybody's bad. Cut through the BS and vote for who you think is the most fit to run the country. That's our job as voters.
Well, look, I don't wear pearls. I don't pretend to clutch them and pretend that I'm shocked by every nasty insult that is waged against another person. But I think your point, though, about the American people wanting to know who's best for the country, this is the issue. When people are focusing not on policy positions, but personal attacks that have nothing to do with what voters...
Okay, but in fairness, this country is so polarized. They know where both of these people stand on the issues. So the only thing left is just shitting on each other.
And no offense, but it is a policy criticism to criticize someone who is a DEI hire. She's a DEI hire. We should be criticizing her policies because we don't know a lot about them because she wasn't hired based on her skills and her record and her reputation.
She likes locking.
And do we want to talk about those? Because I've got some bad news for you. When we actually talk about Kamala's reputation, skills, and track record, it doesn't look good. We've got a lot of people who light her up in multiple instances. In times past, Tulsi Gabbard has fucking sent her packing. Like, we've got clips of Kamala Harris saying horrible shit in terms of policy and record. If you want anything, you want them to focus on the DEI hire because you don't want them to talk about what she thinks about open borders, the abolishment of terms like illegal alien and terrorist, or what was it, or Islamic extremist. She thinks it's wrong to call a Muslim terrorist an Islamic extremist. It's like she's got a whole bunch of really, really left ideas. Yeah. Like she's more left than left. And she's got a lot of these kind of ideas and feelings. She wants to stop fracking, which actually I'm for. But she's, again, got a lot of weird policy ideas. Nobody's talking about them because it makes her look bad. They're focusing on the DEI thing.
I love fracking. I think fracking is great. And I'll tell you why I think fracking is great. Because they just do it in shitty parts of the country. Like, fuck those people. Move. Let's get some natural gas, huh? Let's bring down energy bills. Let's get that natural gas.
Let's pollute our water table so we don't have one.
Fuck that. Flint's doing fine.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, they're doing great.
No, they're not.
Don't they just fly in bottled water? Just don't drink the shit.
They have no groundwater. Like,
who needs groundwater, though?
Like everybody.
Yeah, I know. But, like, just use Dasani. They can sponsor Flint. We can change.
If we poison all the groundwater, where does the clean groundwater come from?
Somewhere else. Not Flint. Don't get it from Flint. That would be crazy.
Yeah, but it's just...
They're not fracking in Flint. That's just all Jerry curl juice from the 80s that leaked into the water. And
yeah, but if they start fracking in Minnesota, how do you feel about losing your ponds, your lakes, and all your groundwater?
No. You don't understand. I'm being a liberal now. Don't do it here. Do it in those shitty Pennsylvania. Do it in all those fucking shitty Rust Belt towns you do it in.
Yeah, but once they frack those places, they'll have to frack somewhere else.
No, then we're going to stop fracking. Then it's time to call it a day. Only shitty Rust Belt places and Kentucky. Can you do fracking? Don't worry, Johnny. I've got this all figured out.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll write the law so we can only frack in the fucky parts of town.
Yeah.
The rest of it.
That's it.
Want to hear about that
and just through the heads of the homeless.
Tracks from the experience of voters making a decision, and that's the problem. And I'm going to just know when you say you guys are terrible, you clearly don't mean Laura Coates. But Dana, that's happening, by the way, right now. And you got this fight that everyone is actually talking about, not in Paris, but now in England. They might be a little mad at you these days, Dana.
Everybody's mad at me these days, and in the past, so I'm used to it.
No wonder you get along with politicians. Dana White.
Oh, that was a little cunty.
Oh, nice little jab.
Nice little
Laura.
dig at
Oh,
the end
obviously
there.
you don't mean Laura Coates. No, I especially mean you, you black two-faced bitch.
Jesus Christ. It would be.
That's what I would have ordered.
It would be funny if she would have been like, surely you don't mean Laura Coates. And he was like, who's that? Well, Dana, that's...
You mean all you guys are bad. Surely you don't mean Laura Coates. Well, I don't know if I don't know if you noticed or not, but you were slinging quite a bunch of bullshit there. So kind of do.
You were being one of the bullshit artists, if we may. By the by, boys and girls, thank you for, who was that? Vance with $5 says, Hillbilly Elegy on Prime. Watch it. You'll love JD Vance and look at him as a human who fought to be where he is. Well, I wasn't looking at him like an alien, if that's what you're asking. Guys, that only brings us to 270 for today. So real talk between you and I. It's probably rally time. Let's get one of our patented steel toe rallies going here. Everybody drop in a few bucks. The links are in the chat, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, however you can do it. Throw in what you can. Everybody team up right now. We are 270 away. So we're about $70 behind the pace at the moment, but I think we can catch up. Go ahead and throw a couple of bucks our way, and we'll see if we can knock this thing out and make it another win for the toe. All right, guys. We're getting very close to fucking bulgy Dixville. I know you're excited about this. I know this is an exciting time for a lot of our fans. We're about to stare at the bulgy dicks. But first, I have some breaking news. Do you remember Succulent Chinese Meal Guy?
Yeah.
Apparently, he's not doing so hot. This got texted to me. The niece of the man who famously ate a succulent Chinese meal has set up a GoFundMe for him. Same guy who got arrested in 1991, and I think it was for writing bad checks.
Right.
Now, they're going over. Okay, he told LAD Bible in 2020, the police thought I was some international criminal, a Hungarian who used to rob restaurants. They thought I was him, which I'm obviously not. They ran in and arrested me, and that's what you saw in the video. I knew the cops hated me, so I thought they might have to try to grab me for something I did not do. They dragged me out of the restaurant, and I just carried on. And they were trying to put handcuffs on me, pulling my arm behind my back. I just thought I would say something that would distract him. Sadly, his niece, Kim Edwards, who has set up a GoFundMe for Jack, announces he's suffering from prostate cancer.
Oh, no.
My name is Kim, and I am the niece of Jack Carlson. You might know him as the man who ate a succulent Chinese meal or Mr. Democracy Manifest. He has recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer and is also in need of a surgery on his cataracts. I thought in Australia all that shit was free.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I thought it was all free shit in Australia. I could be wrong. I know Jack's video has given a lot of people joy, and he has inspired many memes, T-shirts, and other things over the years, but Jack himself is doing quite rough. He has never had much money, but has always been generous to family and friends. He lives week to week in regional QLD with the help of a voluntary carer. Hoping people can dig deep, I think he's worth at least a beer, maybe even a six-pack. The money will go to his medical costs, getting him to and from appointments, and other general living costs. At the time of writing, $3,100 has been raised of the $50,000 target. Well, hopefully that goes up. That sucks, dude.
Yeah, man.
I thought he was the piece of shit they arrested him for being. I didn't know that that it was mistaken identity.
Yeah.
I thought he actually was the check bouncer. Turns out he wasn't.
It's even better now that he wasn't, and that's the way he reacted. That makes it more impressive to me.
That's interesting, though, that you can have universal health care, but you still need, I guess, just living expenses, living money. Hooters Girl says prostate cancer is 95% curable. Definitely just looking to gain financially. I mean, you don't want to be the person to accuse somebody of that, though. That's like when someone says they have cancer and you start seeing signs that they might be faking it. You don't want to be the one to sit there and go, oh, they're fucking faking cancer.
Yeah, but I don't think he's faking it.
No, I'm saying saying that someone's cancer is totally curable and they're just trying to grift financially off it. That's like saying someone's cancer is fake and they're trying to make it's hard
Boogie.
it's hard to be the one to make that accusation because you're kind of putting yourself out there.
Then you have to get a tattoo on your head that says liar.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Did you guys see Boogie had to get a liar tattoo? Well, he didn't have to. He could have had some fucking dignity.
He could have had some dignity, but to stay on that lolcow show and keep his revenue stream out.
He had to get
whatever.
liar tattooed on his face. That's embarrassing. That's really bad. Is any show worth putting liar on your face?
Is any, like, again,
Is that, by the way,
apparently-
is that an admission that he lied about cancer?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, fuck.
And again, like, being willing to do this stuff just to, like, this is, people sit there, oh, everybody's a lolcow on the internet. Like, well, maybe. That's certainly me.
But there's levels.
But just like, I don't know. I have more dignity than that. I wouldn't, people be like, Johnny's MS is fake. I'd be like, yeah, I can easily prove that wrong. I got doctor's receipts.
Right.
But, yeah, just in general, I wouldn't fake something to get a bunch of money. And then on top of that, if I got called out on it, like, then I'm like, all right, well, I'm done. I'm not doing this like, oh, well, you've got to get liar tattooed on your forehead or you can't come back. How about I don't come back then?
Yeah.
Because I don't need that.
I'm not tattooing liar on my face. Deal.
Yeah.
I'm doing something else. That's the thing about like all that internet shit is like people get addicted to it. And no matter what, they will do whatever they can to hang in the spotlight. You know, Boogie was huge for a while. Well, size-wise. No, but like success-wise, he was huge for a while. And he'll do anything to kind of, you know, stay in the eye, as it were. Sam Show says, it's stupid, though. He lied about cancer, and instead of firing him, he for reals gets a tattoo. Well, I mean, that's what Keem wanted. Was that a Keemstar original?
I think that is a Keemstar request,
Okay.
yeah.
Sam Show says he should get the fuck out. He scammed his fans out of $10K prior to that, too. I know, that's horrible. He really was a total piece of shit. Meanwhile, we're sitting here going, how about 270 for today? Do you think you guys can get us 270? We got about an hour and 40 left. What do you think about 270? Throw in a few bucks over there on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc. We'd love that. Go ahead and throw your dollars in, even 5 or 10 at a time. Works out nice. Let's talk about the French Olympic diver, Jules Boyer. Boy, what an appropriate name. This guy is getting a lot of attention in the Olympic world. Is it for his dives? No, it's not for how well he's diving. Although I will say a belly flop would hurt him crotch first before anything else.
I'll say there might be some people hoping he's doing some diving later.
A French diver is going viral at the 2024 Olympics, but not just for his aquatic
STD viral.
and not just for his aquatic skills, but for proving size might in fact matter, but so does the cut of your swim trunks. Excitable fans went wild online. Cock-lusting whores went wild over Jules Boyer at the Paris Games, sharing pics
One
of
of them was Aaron.
Sharing pics of. First of all, you guys brought my attention to this. So when I show the picture, don't sit here and be like, oh, dude, you're fucking gay, bro. You guys are the ones who told me about this. Sharing pics of the soaked springboard diver after one of his recent events, mainly to highlight his bulge, which was making a big splash. Despite his
Leave it a
teeny
wet
weeny
spot.
swimsuit. You ready, bro? You ready for
I
Jules
guess.
Boyer? You ready to fucking question
I'm ready
everything
to
you've
feel
ever thought?
inadequate.
You ready to feel like maybe
Maybe I'm just a small dick man. All right, let's.
I don't know if this guy's laying down and going to the side, or I don't know if he's all balls. I'm not sure, but there you go.
Jesus Christ, man. What the fuck? Dude, that's
Hold on, I want to get you guys. I want to get you guys
is it
a good.
coiled like a rope? What's going on?
I don't want you guys to get cheated on this one. Hold on.
Just why are you leaving? Yeah, thank you. I did not need to stay at the bottom of that. Just I felt it on my. I felt the warmth coming off of there.
Yeah.
Just that, dude. If that's all balls, that's testicular cancer.
Yeah, I don't know. There's probably some shaft in there too.
There's probably some wang in there.
Yeah.
I just did he have a what the fuck?
Everyone's talking about this guy's dick.
It's like he's packing a literal potato.
Yeah, it's like he's got an. It looks like he's like shit his pants from the front.
Forget grape smuggling. Motherfucker's got a kumquat in there. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
He's got a rodent smuggling business going on in France. I see London. I see France. I see what's in your underpants, my man.
Again, like, I feel like he should get bonus points for drag.
Right.
Like, that's like having that motherfucker's bringing a boat anchor to this race. Like,
yeah. I mean, it probably pulls him down to the water faster. So that should be considered.
The pool got extremely wet once he dived in.
Oh, man, that pool was sloppy wet by the time he got in there. He landed dick first in the pool, and they had to refill it. It was terrible. All right, fine. I won't make you guys gay for much longer. A key angle of Boyer from the side gives fans an up-close and personal view of his junk, which certainly thrilled international audiences. But this isn't the first time he's made everyone go wild at the Olympics. Oh, there's another picture. Oh, how shitty do you feel if you're his partner? Look at you. You've got your little...
Yeah, dude. If you're his partner, sure, you got the Adonis belt muscles. You're somebody's compensating. They're really ripped up top, trying to make up for
Yeah. And by the way, giant cock and balls guy, doesn't follow the diving and swimming rules of shaving everything. Look at his legs. Got some hair on him.
Yeah,
This
well,
guy, smooth as a baby's ass.
What drag is he worried about with leg hair? Oh my God, that leg hair, it might slow you down a split second. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but I've got a yacht stuck to the front of my crotch that I got to bring with me.
I've got a dick
I got
that's
this torpedo
pulling
I'm pulling through the water.
I've got a cock that's pulling me back down to earth. I don't even know if I'm worried about fucking leg hair bothering me. Helgi, thank you for the 270. We appreciate that. Let's everybody throw in a little bit. Let's get this down there and continue our streak, which is 15 consecutive shows. Could be 32, but I was that one day when we made them both up in one day, that just seemed a little cheap. 270 away from today's goal. So I want to keep doing the show. I don't want to end up with long begging clips of me up there on the internet. So keep throwing in if you're enjoying the show, which it has been a very good show today. Throw us a couple of bucks, and let's make it work today. Let's make it worthwhile, as it were. Nothing on PayPal yet today. Almost 2.5 hours in. Holy fuck. So if you want to throw in, please do. We appreciate it. We did start about $50 ahead today, so we do appreciate your support. Let's just keep that going and get it down to zero. So, yeah, that's the guy being the talk of the town in France. He's the guy.
He's the man.
Absolutely.
I'm guessing there's no shortage of ladies in his world.
King Kong Dong says, is it his massive penis? Yes, King Kong Dong. It's massive penis. Lost Tejas Synthesizer says, Aaron found his favorite swimmer. Thank you. Ep Didn't says, we know the answer because it's on the thumbnail. I almost didn't open the stream. But you did, you fucking weirdo. You should have just said, I came in to watch the show despite what was on the thing. Because you going, I almost didn't watch the show because I was disgusting by that juicy cock that was on the thumbnail, but you clicked anyway. Don't say you were conflicted. Yeah, don't say you were conflicted, because then we're going to know that you knew that was kind of gay, but you still went in anyway. You should have said, oh, I either didn't see it or, oh, I didn't think anything of it because I don't look at dicks. See? You could have been looking at the torso area and going, what's Aaron trying to say here with this? Aaron has a poster of this on his wall to cover the tunnel he's been chiseling, says Honky. What you say there, Fussy?
A tunnel.
What you say there, Fussy Britches? King of All Yetis says, I got that same pack. It's almost all balls. Trust me. Oh, no, Yeti. I just imagine getting out of the pool. You don't have a good, snug, fucking long, hangy cock after you're getting out of a cold pool. But then again,
yeah, just the bulge size in general. I feel like we need to be giving him extra credit. Somehow he needs more points for succeeding with that giant fucking bulge in his pants.
Lander says, stand up, Aaron. We need a boner check. All right, there you go. No boners. No boners. We're good. would be great if I just shoved a fucking... Don't look. Hold on. This is a bit I should have thought of. I should do some writing for this program. Yeah, guys, I'm not really interested in the French swimmer story. Doesn't really do anything for me. As a matter of fact, I don't even care about the French swimmer story. It's not even a it's a there you go.
You gonna drink out of that now?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch. It didn't go under the underpants. I didn't go all the way. No,
didn't put my dick in it.
No,
I'm glad I didn't look. I'm glad I tried to fix my lights in the interim because goddamn, I didn't want to see that.
Wild Saffron says it doubles as a rudder when he's swimming. Yeah, I mean it can steer. Approachable says that's the exact same way Burmese pythons got into the Florida Everglades. He's not lying. He's not lying.
When he goes under and he does the backstroke, you can almost play the Jaws theme because the bulge is above the water. Just
Coltrane says, I wonder if they'd be as excited and nonchalant about it if dudes were talking about Olympians' tits or how nice of a camel toe some chick has. No, I mean, we know there would be a terrible double standard, of course. But...
There'd be a terrible double standard. But because it's dudes, we're allowed to sexualize them all the time because, hey, guys don't mind.
Right.
Let's talk about how big his dick is.
Guy's trying to get his dick sucked. Leave him alone. Ep didn't says... Ep didn't says it's basically like looking in the mirror. I don't see what all the shock is about. Oh, good for you, buddy. Good for you. Look at Aaron petting his dick with the mouse. Sooners girl. No, I wasn't. I wasn't petting his dick with the mouse. That didn't happen. I want a refund for the past month for staring at that package. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Honky says it's like he's smuggling a Toblerone. QAnonymous says, are you signed into work PayPal or personal? Work. It's always the steel toe one. That's up, my man. Don't you worry. I love how he's trying to say, are you sure? Like nothing's come. Yeah, no, nothing's come in. Actually, you asking that question makes me feel even worse about the slow day that we're having monetarily here on Steel Toe. Now, wait a minute. You said that nothing's come into PayPal. Could you be on your personal account? Nope. I am on the one that you guys give to. There's just nothing in it. Hold on a second. Do a full 360. I have suspicions. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, God damn it. I have suspicions that you've got it tucked backwards anyway. Oh, for goodness sake. Ep didn't with $3 says, for the prop comedy. Thank you. Thank you for a little money for our efforts. I appreciate it. Coltrane says, screenshot 100%. LOL. Labglass says, such a waste. You know he's into buttholes. Oh, is he a mo?
Really?
That's too bad. It'd be better if he crushed pussy. It would mean something.
How many women are crying right now?
Right? You know what? Fair. There's a lot of athletes there. There's plenty of cocks to go around, gals.
I'm sure.
Open up and walk down the street. You'll catch them like fucking humpbacks catch krill in their baleen. Just dicks all over the place. Thank you very much to Ep Didn't for the $3. Thank you to Grand Poobah for $1 on YouTube. 265 away from today. We need a rally, and we need a big one, guys. So throw in if you can, and let's get another win for the toe, for fuck's sake. We're starting to get towards Aaron getting nervous time. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. Let's go ahead and open these 7 o'clock stories. And while we do that, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. All Care does a great job. They pick everybody up as quickly as possible. There's nobody faster than All Care. Plus, it doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you have. They have trucks and wreckers for heavy-duty vehicles, motorcycles, and everything in between. You lose, you blow a tire, you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, your car stalls, whatever you need, you lock your keys in your car. It doesn't matter. They're going to help you out at All Care Towing, and they're going to help you out faster than anyone else. Great drivers, friendly guys. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our buddies Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory. Ask them any questions you have about firearms. Don't be shy. They can answer for you. Lower receivers, handguns, rifles, shotguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors. And they have an online store where you can buy all this stuff, have it sent right to you. If it's a firearm, you can have it sent to an FFL, and you can go get it. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Do it online. Do it live. Midland Armory in Foley. Coltrane with one. Oh, also Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. Go to Eventbrite. Go to Eventbrite and get your tickets for the Steel Toe 10th Anniversary Family Reunion Show because there's only 10 left. And with only 10 left, they will go. We'll try to keep something open as far as standing room only at the show. So if you want to come out for free and party in the afternoon, you don't have to wait outside. Hopefully we can get you in. But there are 10 tickets still on sale for the show next Saturday. Eventbrite.com. Steel Toe 10th Anniversary. Get your tickets. And, of course, Stoney's great host of the party. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to start at 3. Be out there at 2. We'll all come hang out. Coltrane with $1 over on Rumble says, I found it. What is it? Somebody already clipped a fucking... It's already on the Toe Boys. When Aaron sees a swimmer's package, and there's my dick. Every girl who's ever slept with me is going, no, it's not.
It's remarkably girthy.
What happened to it? I must not have gotten him as excited as I thought I did.
Well, you weren't a swimmer.
Oh, man, that guy. Fuck. That's, look, man. If he really is gay, there's no point. All he's going to do is hurt people. If he's a homosexual, like he's just going to tear up their beehole. And who wants that? Maybe.
Turns out he just likes to take it. Like,
what you right? Yeah. Like, what do you now?
So
what?
it's just he's got this beautiful piece and it goes to waste.
Right.
It's like when a pothead sees an amazing glass bong that someone bought and they're like, oh, I don't smoke weed. I just thought it looked pretty, so I keep it on the table. And I'm like, but you've never. Not even look at that beautiful glass piece. Let's smoke a little up. No. It's just for looks. Like, oh, fuck you.
It's like having a $3,500 golf set and you're left-handed. It's like, what am I going to do with this beautiful golf set that I inherited from a gifting god? I don't know. Learn how to hit righty, I guess. Ep Didn't says Johnny was strategically out of the shot. I know, he abandoned me in my time of need when I had a
thank God
cylindrical object in my pants. Guys, we are 265 away from today's goal. Please help. Please throw in. Yes, we're at that point. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, those are the best ways to do it. Otherwise, any way you can, throw it in. The more we get that number down before 9 o'clock, a little bit better I feel about continuing on. So, want to get us to 16 straight shows of another win for the Toe, which is awesome. Thank you guys very much. Community rallies against racist graffiti sprayed on the playground. Now, I always have a theory when it comes to these stories, Johnny, and that is fake, so fake, or it's a hoax, or the people who were putting the words up there are actually of that group.
The victims are the perpetrators.
Right. I've just seen it too many times in stories like this, and I think the way it breaks down is like this. People have a certain demand for racism, a certain demand to be a victim or this bad shit to happen. And when that quota is not fulfilled, they'll try to create it themselves. We've seen it at high schools. We've seen it on college campuses. We've seen it with there was a black couple who put a bunch of racial shit on their garage door and then had to admit that it was them who did it. There was the University of Missouri where they said there were shit swastikas all over the bathroom and it was a black kid who did it. Meanwhile, the football team sat out 2 whole games to protest this.
Right.
And it turned out to be a hoax. So you got to be careful with shit like this. I know that sometimes people can be shitty and these can be real. But I think a lot of the time, you look into this stuff and it's bullshit. Let's check it out. This is in Columbus, Ohio.
ABC 6 News at 6.
Oh, shit.
On your side starts now.
It was upsetting. I would never expect it from, this community.
Racist comments attacking African American and Jewish communities. Discovered spray painted on a playground at a West Side public park.
See, this is where I get skeptical. Why? Like, who does that anymore?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if anyone's taking their time to just put that up at a park. Unless you're trying to get something going.
Right. Like, most people that have actual hate, like, if this was going on, it would have been like an ongoing thing. Like, this is a weird out of nowhere escalation. So we just got this all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Vandals leaving behind disturbing comments twice last weekend within 24 hours.
Now tonight, only on ABC 6, Steve Levine.
I'm having a weird moment here where I'm like kind of proud for this chick for never getting a tit job. Like, good for her. Because she looks like she has the frame that could support a little bit bigger tits.
Right.
And she just stayed with the little nubs she has. I think that's commendable.
She's proud with it. You know, and you totally want to hook up with that lady because she's
Oh,
older
no,
and shit,
she's
though.
a freak and she should have bigger tits. I'm just saying, I respect her decision.
But I don't respect her. So
yeah, no,
misogyny
I don't
away.
respect her body at all. I think it's a terrible decision she's made. I just respect the confidence she had to love herself enough to go, I'm okay the way I am and I don't need, because those tits should be bigger. They look weird. They look like it's a Mr. Potato Head gone wrong.
Maybe she had some sort of issue where she had to have them reduced. Maybe she used to have huge milkers. Maybe she
Here's
had
the
back
deal.
problems.
You also have to wonder if you're not making fun of a cancer patient, which you typically don't want to do. So I'll just stop.
She looks like she could be one of those.
Yeah.
Levine discovers why neighbors think their beloved community park was hit.
Well, answer. Did they do that?
I'll take Who's the Fat, Your Honor.
Did they do that on purpose, by the way? Did they go like, they want to find out why this happened, and then they showed two fat black girls? That's not very
They did it on purpose.
Westgate Park, a crown
No, that's a
jewel on the
boy.
west
That's a little
side,
boy.
where
Oh,
many
sorry.
enjoy the outdoors. A reason Jamaica White moved back to her neighborhood with her 7-year-old son, who's now training to play football.
I want my son to be around what I grew up on.
But the view in the park scarred Saturday.
I will say this. Ted Kaczynski would be really proud of these black people.
Yeah, she moved back to her local hometown, trying to keep it local.
And she's getting out. She's going to the park and going to the playground and exercising and all that. I think Ted Kaczynski would like her.
Saturday morning by racist graffiti discovered spray painted on this children's slide that targets the Jewish and African American communities. We've blurred swastikas and comments that refer to Nazis and the KKK.
See, that's no fun. That's the only reason I wanted to hear this story. I wanted to know what they said.
And I wanted to see it.
Because that's going to tell me who did it.
I'm already getting who did it with swastikas and blacks and Jews. Like, really?
It's kind of.
Do you have a strong white group in your community that's all up against the blacks and the Jews? No. This is some stupid kid, and I'm betting it's a person of color who thought, you know what, this will be fun. I want to draw, and if I get caught, I just got to say I was trying to draw awareness to the racism in our community.
Well, that's what the
Because that's the fucking cop-out they all get, that none of us get to go, you are the racism in your community. You're drawing awareness to you. You're the problem.
That was the University of Missouri thing. Was the
that's all of
it. It was a black person who put the poop swastika on there, and it's like not only did you have to admit it was a hoax, but that you dabbled in shit
because of the disturbing nature.
That's upsetting. It's upsetting.
We showed the hateful graffiti to Jamaica.
Never would expect it, especially like where kids come to play at.
Shortly after the racist
Have you met kids? Fucking mean, man.
comments were found on this children's slide here at the playground Saturday morning, neighbors showed up to clean up the mess. But hours later, the hate crimes had returned to the park.
Okay,
Then
this is somebody
I know
fucking with you. Yeah, this is definitely somebody fucking with you, and this is not. I don't buy it.
Same language, the same hate speech, the same spray paint.
A founding member of the community group Secure Living, who asked not to be identified for safety reasons, shows us the portable restroom vandalized.
And it was done inside and out. They did the roof, they did everything. They spray painted in hate speech on all sides.
I didn't know you could spray paint in hate speech, like it was a language.
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that.
Is there like a college course I can take to learn hate speech?
Right.
Secure Living providing us photos of the portable restroom after volunteers scrubbed away the spray paint.
Hate has no place in this community, I will tell you that.
I'm glad the community did come together and clean it up.
Neighbors believe this
Yeah,
part
but
of
are
the
you going
park
to
was
condemn the person of color when you find out who it was that did it?
I'm curious to find out who it was. I really am.
targeted by vandals because a mobile security camera placed here by the city several years ago was recently moved to another part of town.
Oh.
The proof is in the pudding. The crime occurred without the camera here. It didn't occur anywhere else in the park where there are cameras.
2 mobile security cameras remain at Westgate Park. We contacted Columbus Rec and Park officials to learn if the 3rd camera will be returned and if new security measures will be put in place after the vandalism. We've not yet heard back.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be legit. It could be real, but I've just seen way too many of these be hoaxes.
For my money, it's a hoax until I find proof otherwise at this point. I've seen too many of them being hoaxes to the point where I'm like, no, real racists aren't this determined to go and, like, they'll tell you shit. They'll say racist shit. They'll post it on the internet. They'll share it with their friends.
Yeah.
But, yeah, real racists aren't going like, you know what we got to do? We got to go spray paint that park. Oh, they cleaned off the slide. We better go hit the porta potty inside and out.
Yeah. Thank you to Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5. I appreciate that. We're down to 260 for today. That's a big one. We got an hour and 15 left. We need to make a move, boys and girls. So if you're feeling generous today to the toe, throw us a couple of bucks. Don't want to beg too much today. You know? 260 is the goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Pick one of those links and throw us a couple of bucks so we can get away from this 260 thing and get a little closer to something manageable as we get close to the end of today's show. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much. Let's sprint away from 260, and all of you do it together. We teased this earlier. JD Vance has to stop talking about the cat lady thing. Like, who gives a shit? You said it. The people who like you know what you meant. The people who don't like you are just they're going to lie about it anyway. It's not like you're going to give an explanation and all of these people who hate you are going to go, oh, I get it, carry on. Like, the more you explain it to them, the more you lose. Because they just get to go, see, he's fucking talking about it. He feels guilty, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes the best way to win the game is to choose not to play.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the childless cat lady thing, you know what you meant. Those of us who know what you meant know what you meant. And if they don't know what you meant, then they either know what you meant and they just want to hate your fucking guts for it, or they're too stupid for you to sway them. But he's going to take care of it the way he wants to take care of it. So here's JD Vance on Fox News addressing the childless cat lady thing that he said a while back. Here we go. Mediaite, so we'll probably get an ad first. Are they going to let us skip it? Yes, they are. Look at that. It's our lucky day. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Come on, guys, help me out.
Because people are calling me who very much would like to support you and President Trump. Dr. Connie Rice does not have children. Neither does my friend, your colleague, Tim Scott. George Washington did not have biological children, and neither did James.
Oh, for fuck's sake. These people can call people Nazis and commies and Hitlers and everything else, but you fucking make an offhanded remark about people who don't have kids, and all of a sudden everyone's clutching their pearls and pissed off. Oh, my God. Well, so-and-so doesn't have kids. Yeah, I'm not talking about them. Well, so-and-so doesn't have kids. Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about them. Like, I wish people knew what someone meant when they said, like, single cat lady. Because I know what they mean. They mean the person who chose to be single,
right,
and chose to not have children, bought a shitload of cats and just lived on their own. They're not saying like high-powered executives and high-powered politicians. And he's talking about it as people who try to tell other people what to do, try to dictate policy, and try to take the country down a certain path when it doesn't seem right because they have no vested interest in its future after they're gone.
James Madison. So I think you will agree with me that direct offspring are not necessary to be fully invested in the future of this country.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
I think if you can't have direct offspring and you adopt, you can care about them just as much. But I feel like a lot of people, they want to have, if they're going to have kids, they want to have direct offspring. There is something special about seeing like parts of yourself or your partner or partner at the time in a little person that does kind of, I don't know, feel special to me.
Right, but this idea that like, oh, you can have a vested interest in the future of the country if you don't have children. You can have an interest. Yes, you can have an interest in the future of the country once you're gone, but not a vested one. Vested means there's something in it for you. You have a stake in the game. That's what kids are. They're the vested part.
Because if you don't have any kids, adopted or otherwise, if you don't have any young people, any younglings, to quote Star Wars.
Younglings, yes.
If you don't have any younglings out there, after you're gone, like literally, the fuck cares, right? Like who fuck cares?
Oh, right.
You're not here now.
Absolutely. So I disagree with Trey Gowdy on this one.
Of course not, Trey. I do think that being a parent actually has a profound effect on somebody's perspective, and we should honor and respect that. But there are a whole host of people who don't have children for a whole host of reasons, and they certainly are great people who can participate fully in the life of this country. And that's not what I said, Trey. If you look at what...
already he's losing because you're explaining.
Because you're explaining it to them about what you said. It's not that they misunderstood you. It's that you gave them something they could use as ammunition.
Right.
You need to move on.
Yeah, just don't talk about this anymore. It's fucking over, buddy.
What the left has done, they have radically taken this out of context and, in fact, aggressively lied about what I've said. What I do think is true, Trey, and this goes to the heart of what I was talking about 3 years ago in those comments, but it's going to be something I continue to talk about, is that the left has increasingly become explicitly anti-child and anti-family. They've encouraged young families not to have children at all because of concerns over climate change. They've suggested that people who do have children are somehow being selfish, when I think being a parent is actually the most selfless thing that you can do, and again, really does transform.
Okay, but here's what I'm going to say about this, and here's what I keep thinking as I listen to him talk. Every minute that you're explaining something that most people know and understand, and the ones who don't are not going to get it now, is a minute you could be spending shitting on your opponent, building up your campaign, helping you out. The more you play defense on this stupid fucking comment from a few years ago, which doesn't even need to be discussed, is a minute you lose talking about how you can win in November.
Right. And that's what they want.
It's just, and also, you come off as kind of a pussy. No offense.
From your perspective.
Yeah, dude, I'd double down.
Yeah, I'd be like, you know who the fuck I'm talking about? Blue hair, no prospects. Come on.
Like sit there and be like, oh, people who don't have can still have a vested interest in this country. Yeah, they can have a vested interest in this country while they're alive.
Right.
But no matter what they think or what their opinions think, whether their ideals are right or wrong, once they're gone, none of it matters. There's nothing there. If you have a kid, you literally have well, I believe this will happen or that'll happen. Like case in point in my house, where there are two different opinions on who should be president in this house.
Yeah.
And both people view it from the viewpoint of, well, I'm thinking about my daughter and the world that she's going to inherit. Like, neither one of us is looking at this like, oh, well, I like this person for me or this person. Both of us are like, no, but like, what about my daughter? Like,
right.
That's the way, like, a lot of people with kids are going to look at things. I don't see how if you don't have kids, you're going to have that viewpoint. Right. What about the world I'm leaving behind and the people living in it?
This is not a criticism and was never a criticism, Trey, of everybody without children. That is a lie of the left. It is a criticism of the increasingly anti-parent and anti-child attitude of the left. There's one more thing I want to say on this, Trey. I think a lot of parents and a lot of non-parents look at our public policy over the last 4 years and ask, how did we get to this place? How did we get to a place where Kamala Harris is calling for an end to the child tax credit? How did we get to a place where we were masking toddlers years into the pandemic? I think it's because we radically underrepresent the perspective of parents.
No, I think it's because we all rolled over way too easily when it came to masks, and we just said yes sir, no sir, and we bent over and we took it. And as far as how do we let us get to this point, I mean, we just kind of gradually, because we felt guilty, we just gradually let people take more and more influence and take more and more leeway and more liberties because we didn't want to get called a name. Like, to me, that's a part of it. Dead Game says Trey Gowdy left D.C. because he started getting called out on the perks he was taking, like cash and a Maserati. Shit, does he still have the Maserati? Add a kid. Guys, we are 260 away from today's goal. It's a long ways away. Help us out if you can. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We need to start making a move because 260 is big, and we got about an hour left before we got to start rattling the cans. We could use your help if you're feeling generous. Jump in. $5, $10 helps. 20 helps even more. Let's hammer this thing out together and take care of it. Fox News was shitting on JD Vance for defending himself so much on the cat lady thing. And I agree. Every story I see on JD Vance when I go on like media channels is like the cat lady thing, the cat lady thing. And it's like, I know what he meant by the cat lady thing. But the fact that he keeps answering the question and keeps trying to like smooth it over politically, I think shows that maybe this guy isn't ready for prime time. Let's take a look. Or are we getting an ad for? Yeah, we're getting an ad. Is it fine? Can we skip it? Can we? Yes, we get to skip the ad. We're on a roll with Mediaite today. And their ad shit.
Let me get your thoughts on this because JD Vance is now out there, the running mate to former President Donald Trump, and he's trying to set the record.
Ma'am, if I could, to correct your English, he be out there, but go ahead.
Straight, Steve, calling out the left's lies over this resurfaced comments. This is Sunday night in America. Listen here.
I do think that being a parent actually.
Yeah, this is the clip we just saw. I'm talking to old Trey Gowdy.
Where he was asked about AOC's statement that she said in the past that, I don't know about having kids with climate change in the world in turbulence. And that was his response to it. But it was brought up by Trey Gowdy about this story with he met two nuns, greatest Americans who love America. Right. What about George Washington? Never had any kids. Does that make him a bad American? And he went ahead and said, no, there's people that try to have kids or don't want to have kids and are great Americans. So he wanted to explain himself. The question is, when you're explaining, you're usually losing.
Right. That's what I wanted to play from this clip. When you're explaining, you're usually losing. So, dude, stop explaining yourself. You said it. You did it. It's out there. Move on. It is what it is. It's over now. Now you go and say new shit. That's what you should do. Just go say crazier shit that they can talk about. Just be like, not only that, I feel like people without kids should be put on a train. What? What the fuck? After 40, we should redistribute you. What are you talking about?
After 40, we take it to a special camp where we force you to breed. You can pick a partner or one will be chosen for you.
Yeah, you can come with a partner. If you cannot afford one, one will be afforded to you. Oh, shit.
I'm a public defender. I'm here to...
Wait, what, sir? Hold on a minute.
I'm here to dick down Mrs. Robbins. I've heard she's...
God damn, man.
It's a pro bono case. Well, pro boner.
Coltrane with $1 says, I agree. He needs to just move on from it. Democrats' strategy is about angering and deflecting to Republicans because they can't win on Kamala's legacy. They are trying to keep focus off themselves. Democrats want to talk about like emotionally charged shit that gets people worked up, whereas Republicans are dorks and they want to talk about like numbers and dollars and cents. Somebody says, here's the Sarah Palin. Oh, they're saying JD Vance is the Sarah Palin of the 2020s. He can't talk and is equally as hated. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
That's an interesting take on the whole thing. I don't know if he's as dumb as Sarah Palin. I haven't watched enough of him to know, but I don't see him as a Sarah Palin type. He's not quite there.
Sarah Palin was
she was dumb.
Special lady.
She was really fucked. I will say this. She was very charismatic. I saw why so many people were drawn to her. I get because she's kind of that, aw, shucks, but she was also like a mean bitch.
And she's like, MILF hot. Like, I get it.
She was MILF hot, that's for sure. But, there was very little there, if you will, with Sarah Palin. If you will, baby. You see, Sarah Palin, baby, she had a nice sugary ass and beautiful tits. And she could give you dick from hard times. You see, baby. But when you go to the pay window of intellectual thought, she was in decline, if you will. So there was no real way that you were going to get Sarah Palin to give you a treatise on the American tax system, baby. She was not going to be able to help you once things got into a freaky-dicky state, if you know what I'm saying. She could not finish the story. See, Dusty always has a way of explaining things. So you can understand them.
Goes smooth.
Trump should have picked Vivek Ramaswamy as VP. Someone writes in.
I liked Vivek. I also think that would have been a good pick, but I just like it because I like the idea of, I think it was you who said, like, referring to him as my little chocolate monkey.
Look.
Little chocolate bunny.
My vice president, Vivek Ramaswamy, I call him my chocolate bunny. He's fantastic. He's dark. If you've ever seen this guy, you'd go, oh my goodness, that man is dark. And people didn't think I would pick a dark vice president, but I picked one. I picked one because I like darks. Darks are good. We like darks in the Trump campaign. Guys, we are 260 away from being able to call this thing a victory today. That's a lot. Chevy fan says that's why donations are low. What? Because of Dusty? You're saying Dusty hasn't been here all day. That has nothing. It doesn't have it. Don't blame Dusty for that. Blame me. Hey, don't you attack Dusty. Blame me for donations being low. I suck. I'm terrible. Don't you dare blame any of the voices. You piece of shit. Okay, now we need people to just start throwing hundies in. 260 away, and we've got an hour left. We've made $45 in 3 fucking hours today. I feel like a stupid asshole, like I'm just tap dancing in an empty fucking subway platform at this point. Throw us your money and let's make this thing a winner on what's been, I thought, a good show. Dive Bar says, yeah, screw PayPal. I've been using it for years, and they won't even give me credit on eBay. Thanks, buddy. You know what I really like is when we're sucking ass donations-wise, the thing that powers our show, and then you go ahead and you trash one of the easiest ways for us to make a buck. Thank you, Dive Bar. I appreciate that. I know he didn't mean anything by it. I know he's not being a dick, but it's like, dude, I'm sitting here scratching my arms and holding the table under here and going, fuck, today is not going well. And then Dive Bar's like, fuck PayPal and its ass. I do have to laugh.
It's funny.
Elza Belza says Macho Man is greater than Dusty. Oh, yeah, you got a little bit of, you're 260 behind. Yeah, you know what that means. Yeah, it means cream's not rising to the top today. Yeah, you got a lot of problems. Yeah, you got a lot of people saying that they don't feel like giving you money. No, not a lot of money. MSO looking for a victory. Yeah, looking for a W. Is he going to get it? Looks like he might. Is that going to freak me the fuck out? Sure is. Dive Bar says Cash App is the easiest way, and you never put that link out. What is my Cash App link?
I can't, Cash App doesn't work with my bank, so I can't take my money out of Cash
shit,
App.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck, bro? I don't like that.
They have some weird system that they have to link with that has to link up to your bank or whatever, and they don't work with my bank, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that.
There you go, guys. There, I just put the Cash App link in there. I'm fucking desperate today. It's $260 away. I am fucked in the butt. Stone Cold scare us into donating. Well, listen to me, you piece of trash.
What?
If y'all want to take a couple of dollars,
what?
Take it out of your beer fund.
What?
Your bread fund.
What?
Your porn fund.
What?
Any kind of fund you might have.
What?
And throw me a couple of dollars.
What?
A couple of bucks.
What?
Simoleons.
What?
Smackaroonies.
What?
Greenbacks.
What?
Cheddar.
What?
Listen up, you piece of shit. If you try to come in here and you try to freeload off with a steel toe, we're going to stop at 10 o'clock and talk shit about all your parents on the internet all day.
What?
We're going to call your mom a whore.
What?
We're going to call her a pig.
What?
We're going to call her fat.
What?
We're going to call her pussy stinky.
What?
So if y'all want to give Steel Toe some money and not get your parents yelled at, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
See, I'm debasing myself. This is what happens when we're 260 behind with less than an hour to go. It just, Aaron humiliates himself, and then people still don't give him money. And then Aaron panics the rest of the day. At least it's not like the old days where if we missed a goal, it was like, oh, fuck, 2-3 more of these and we're out of business. Like, luckily, we're a little out of the woods in that realm, but we still need to make a couple of fucking bucks today, boys and girls. So we're not making shit so far, and we do need your help. Yeah, SC Motorsports, same thing I was thinking. Johnny's Enthusiasm Fund. Johnny's What's are not enthusiastic today.
I'm sorry.
Those were not enthusiastic What's. You clearly never went to Raw back in the day.
I did.
What chant is fucking, what chant is a, what? What?
Right,
What? Well,
right.
I'm not going to do it now. I'm not going to, next
We're
time.
not going to do it now, but I'll keep that note in mind that I need to put more oomph in it. I'm
It's
sorry.
just really, it makes the person doing the Stone Cold impression feel like they're doing a shitty job.
I'm sorry.
That's all. So
all my
yes,
fault.
guys, 260 away. I'll probably end up spending like 5 minutes on each story and then begging you for money in between because the last hour at 260 is always a fucking scary place to be for me. So consider teaming up with the rest of the audience and fucking throwing a couple of bucks in. This is turning into a rough one today. And worst part is I'm having fun. I'm having a good time doing the show, but we're making fucking dick. And you think about starting a show at 6 a.m. and you're like, fuck, if I would have, like, you wish you could look into a crystal ball and see what it was going to be.
Slept in.
And know if I should have just stayed asleep. You know? One of those kind of days. All right, let's go ahead and check this story out. Alabama is having a tough time with people passing reading tests. So guess what they decided to do to help the kids out?
They lowered the score.
They just lowered the scores. So do you have to be able to read better? No.
No.
We're just going to pass you along anyway, even though you're retarded. This is great. This is why we end up with, literally, we have high school graduates who can't read at a high school level.
Yep.
It's embarrassing. Like, have you ever listened to some adults read still to this day? Like, if they read out loud?
Yeah.
It's bad.
Tonight, the State Department of Education clarifying its decision to change the score needed for third graders to pass the state reading test.
WVTM 13's Aaron Llewellyn joins us in studio. Aaron, some say the state's taking it too easy on the kids.
No shit, but it's kind of late to fucking put that genie back in the bottle. I mean, how long have we been doing that for?
Yeah, we kind of got to, I don't know, start toughening up on the kids, but I don't know how or when that'll happen.
Yeah. Martin, thank you for the $5. We appreciate it. 255 is the number. Guys, we need a lot more of you doing that so we can put a dent in today and not get our fucking shit pushed in. Continuing here.
Yeah, guys, Sherry, the state superintendent, Eric Mackey, says that is not true. He says that parents are wrong. He explained that the format of the test was changed in 2023 after the Literacy Act was passed, causing the state to change its requirements. And when the state changed the format of the test, the cut score for the third graders was also changed to match those changes.
So you lowered the score.
Yeah, this sounds like a lot of fancy ways of saying we lowered the score.
Right. They're like, hey, why'd you guys lower the reading scores? We didn't. They just changed the test, so we had to lower the scores. So you lowered the scores. Come on, guys. I mean, at least rip the Band-Aid off. Tell us, look, the kids are fucking dumb. We don't know how to reach them because the teachers are fucking dumb because they graduated from the schools, so they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
And we tell them to learn, from their parents at home, but
The parents are dumb because they went to the same school, so they all read at the same level. And then
Half of them don't know who their dad is.
when the teachers went to college, they learned more about like gender diversity than they did fucking teaching kids how to read. So we just kind of bottle fucked this whole thing, and it's this is the evolutionary cul-de-sac that our society has hit. Enjoy.
Now, Mackey says the decision was made to, quote, better align with what education officials call the science of reading or how reading is taught. He explained.
Meaning the kids are fucking sucking shit at reading comprehension, so we're going to make it easier for them to pass. This changes nothing.
That won't hurt at all.
No, this changes nothing. This just passes along. The dumb kids who wouldn't have made it before are just going to be the dumb kids who now go bog down another class in the next grade instead of catching up. And by the way, if you keep passing these kids forward when they're not qualified, they're going to fail the next grade because they don't have the building blocks from the last one. It's not bad to hold kids back. It's good to hold kids back until they understand it, because even if they miss a year or two, once they go to the next grade, they'll be ready. But if you keep, it's like, falling off your skis, being pulled by a boat. If you don't stop the boat for them, you're just going to drag them behind holding a tow rope.
Well, if we keep holding all these turds back, that don't pass the grade and won't, flush up to the next level, they'll all build up, and people will be like, well, we've noticed a common denominator, and it makes one group look bad. And it's like, yeah, so how about we work on helping that group not look bad? Yeah. No, we're just gonna make everyone dumber.
Right.
Explains that the cut score for the 2021-2022 school year was a 17%, but when the changes were made in the 2023-2024 school year, it dropped to a 9%. Mackey says the cut score is decided by statisticians who make sure students will be ready for the next grade level.
Cut? What does that mean, the cut score?
I don't know.
Will be 9%.
Well, that's a different number. Same way with second grade and third grade. There are different skills in second grade.
See, I don't care how smart you are or if you have doctor next to your name. When you talk like that, I don't trust you on education.
And I heard him say segregate, and I immediately thought, this guy wants to go back.
I thought Project 2025, baby.
We'll be ready for the next grade level.
Well, that's a different number. Same way with second grade and third grade. There are different skills in second grade than third grade. If we said the cut score in second grade is going to be exactly equal to the cut score in third grade, we'd be lying to parents, because we have to look at what's the score that's necessary for children to be on grade level to move next.
Okay.
And Mackey said parents were also concerned because the State Department of Education sent letters home to them. He explains that those letters said that their students needed to be in summer reading camp, but that was also wrong because the state decision was made based on the old cut score.
Oh, so they passed through more kids because they lowered the cut score. Yeah, but you know what? Don't tell those parents that their kids don't need to be in summer reading courses. That would still be good for them.
Keep them off the streets.
Yeah, put them in southern reading courses. $5 from King Kong Dong says, I'll start the rally with that Stone Cold request. Also, still need my Asian hooker. I'll settle for a Philippines chick if that's all you got left. I'm not trafficking women, and thank you for trying to start a rally. Fake dono from Donald Trump. He says, these schools aren't sending their best. I said that to my wife. I looked at my wife, beautiful wife, and I said, those kids, they aren't smart. I said, not intelligent. They aren't going to help the USA. Wow, Donald, that's pretty brutal, dude. You're running for office, and you're talking that cash.
You got to win
money
hearts
shit.
and minds.
Yeah, you got to be winning some. You got to be winning some hearts and minds, like Johnny said, dude. That's gonna put us 235 away. Help! Lampshady with $5 says, "Hell yeah, I'ma be a dead ass with you, brother. I am erect." Thank you. Thank you, Lampshady. I didn't need your help, but thank you for being both dead ass and erect. All right, guys, $230 away from knocking today out. We got to do it. That's a rally. $35. I say that's a rally. Let's keep the rally going. Let's get this thing down there, and hopefully we can hammer this shit out today. Maybe we can pull a victory out of the jaws of defeat. Right now, MSO's looking good. Right now, we're looking bad. 2:30 away and about 50 minutes until our fate is sealed. So if you want to click that Streamlabs PayPal or Venmo link, God bless you for that. You want to throw in some Rumble rants or super chats? That's great too. Dead Game says, told Aaron I can run all week on $100, and he spit Celsius and told me no way. Yes. Yes way. Everything is paid for. I mean, if you mean like groceries and incidentals, then yeah, I could see that. I mean, I got 3 kids, so, you know, it's a little tougher. But like there are some weeks, like since a certain someone's been gone, there are some weeks, like even with my like therapy appointment, I've spent like $180 and been good. So I get it. I understand it. And that's with 3 kids in the house, 3 days during the week and 1 to 2 days on the weekend. So
yeah, I try not to spend money as much as possible. So
I'm telling you, man, her not letting me go to Aldi, that cost us a fortune. I'm digging Aldi, man.
She was above Aldi.
She was Aldi and Walmart. She was.
Well, look, I can defend her take on Walmart. There's a certain kind of refuse that rolls through Walmart, and I get not wanting to rub shoulders with them. But thankfully, I don't think I'll ever bump into any crack whores at Walmart.
I'm not kidding, bro. Dude, just switching to Aldi has saved me literally hundreds of dollars a month.
So you always had to go to Byerly's?
Byerly's or Coburn's.
Oh, she needed that fancy shit.
Yeah. She wouldn't grocery shop anywhere but Byerly's or Coburn. Couldn't even.
Wow, that's not a sign at all.
Yeah.
When it comes to things like life staples like food, and when it comes to what makes a budget last, and wow, I didn't know that. That's awfully interesting.
And then and then there would be like these times where I'd be like, oh, she hasn't, she goes shopping for clothes at like Plato's Closet. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's nice. But then she'd bring home some new shit, and I'd be like, well, I didn't see that. I didn't see that get spent on the thing. And then she'd be like, oh, I got to make my Buckle or my Victoria's Secret credit card payment this week. I'm like, oh, we charged it. Okay. Charging clothes. Didn't think we should be charging clothes. But okay. That's okay. She paid all those off when she took about $4 or $5 grand out of the bank account just before she signed the divorce agreement. She got mad and she was like shit talking me to people, and she was like, he said I took money, but it was out of our joint account and this and that. It's like, yeah, I wasn't saying you did anything fucking illegal. I said it was a scumbag fucking move. That's all I said. She can't deal with being called like saying she did a dirty move. Like she always has to be the victim and stuff. And whenever she does dirtbag, shitty, clandestine shit, it's always okay. And everyone else,
I hate that I was right all along. She was a beard.
What about Costco or Sam's Club, says somebody. I like both. And like if I'm doing like a weekend at the lake, that's usually where I'll go.
I have a Sam's Club membership. I don't have a membership to both at the same time. I do one or the other. I switch back and forth. When I get sick of one, I go to the other. Buffalo
Jockey with $2 says, for having that trash tattoo, she had some pretty high standards. It was weird. The things she needed and then the things she didn't need. It was very, very odd. Very odd. Dead Game says, my house is across from my grandparents' house, deceased, and 300 yards from my parents. I bought land across the dead end to keep from dealing with neighbors. We work as a combine. I think you mean commune because combine is a farm equipment. But, isn't that kind of what Ted Kaczynski was talking about?
Yeah, families staying together and living together.
Village families. Meanwhile, my family said, dude, not this one. This one's going to be bad news. And I said, fuck you guys. She's mine and I love her. You motherfucker, you piece of shit.
And she's got a tight vagina and she puts it on my penis all the time.
That's not what I said. How dare you?
No, but that's what you were thinking.
But then, and then them being right was difficult to deal
Kicking
with.
The dick for you, huh?
And now they get to tell you all the time. But I got my village back, Got my village
You're
back.
just now the village idiot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Approachable with $5 says, I know they're not allowed in our rally, but could you bring her anyways and just leave her in the trunk till after the meeting? I don't traffic in Filipino prostitutes. I'm telling you the goddamn God's honest truth. I am not engaged in human trafficking. Thank you for donating money to this show. I appreciate it. But if in return you are expecting Asian prostitutes, I cannot give you that. MSO
give you English ones.
MSO says, can I place an order? 1 Asian, please. First of all, MSO, you provide entertainment, but you don't provide money. So no Asian prostitutes for you. But even if you did give money, I don't have Asian prostitutes to give. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. We're 2:15 away. God damn it, give me some fucking hope. We're 45 minutes from failure. I think you guys can do it. Prove me right. No Asian prostitutes.
Well, then I quit.
I didn't know this would cost me at all.
I believe there were certain contract bonuses that we discussed. Aaron.
Simply not true.
At length.
Not true. Holy shit, dude. You know all this stuff going on with Diddy?
Yeah.
This could end up like solving the Tupac murder, it's turning out.
What?
Like, as all this shit comes out on Diddy and people stop defending him and people kind of abandon him and run away and he's like the emperor has no clothes, it's looking like there's people now coming out saying like Diddy totally had something to do with Tupac getting killed.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Like it's.
I didn't realize Diddy being in like sex trafficking or human trafficking or whatever would bring that into it.
Would get us justice for Pac, right? Tupac's family members lawyer up over Diddy claim, plan legal action if evidence arises. Tupac's family is clearly disturbed over an allegation that Diddy may have played a role in the late rapper's murder, something they're now digging into with a new legal team who plan to get to the bottom of this and force action if they find any there. Sources with direct knowledge tell us members of Tupac's still living relatives have retained attorneys Alex Spiro and Christopher Clore, as well as a team of investigators to look into Keith D's resurfaced allegation that Diddy offered to pay him and his crew money to take Pac out in the 90s. You'll recall this claim, which thus far is unsubstantiated, came to light anew last week when prosecutors in Keith D's murder case included an old transcript from an interview he did in 2009 where he alleged Diddy was willing to pay up to $1 million for a hit on Tupac. Now, consider the source. We got a guy who's on trial for murder.
Right.
He might be looking for a way to deal. He might be looking for some leverage. So I don't know if this guy's, the most...
Yeah, but how do you prove that you heard this conversation?
Yeah, I don't know if this is the most trustworthy guy out there. And like you said, how do you prove...
you have to have the conversation has to be recorded. You can't just be like, no, I heard it. That's what happened for real.
Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, now I want my money back. Splooge Town Mayor, that didn't happen. Thank you for the $1.99. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, I know this is cheap, but 1 Asian and 1 Mexican, please. Let me say 2 things about that. Number 1, if I did deal in human trafficking, which I do not, you would not get 1 Mexican or 1 Asian for $5, especially when I take only 70% of the $5. And first of all, you wouldn't get one of them, let alone 2. And second of all, I don't traffic human beings. Therefore, there's nothing for you to get anyway.
But what he's really saying is you need more money.
No. There's nothing your money would be able to buy anyway.
Right.
Paul Hayward with $2 says Thai Ladyboy Fund. It doesn't exist. But thank you for the $2. Wildcard says was going to subscribe to Kiki's OnlyFans, but you can have it for $5. Thank you, bud. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, we're an even $200 away from knocking it out today. Keep this rally going. The rally has been good. If it keeps up at this pace, we can have this thing knocked out by the end of the show. Streamlabs, PayPal, etc., etc. Coltrane says, I think MSO is going to get the win today. Congrats to him. I can't fucking deal with that, guys. We need we got to do chunk plays. That's what we're doing. Chunk plays the rest of the morning. That's what I say. We got 40 minutes left. I think we can do it. 200 is the number. One of you do 100. The other one does another 100. We're done. That's it. And every 100 today gets 3 minutes on stage at the anniversary show.
Really?
With a live mic. Yep. Every $100 today gets 3 minutes at the anniversary show with a live mic. That's what I'm offering. Bone Cold says, I would say rally monkey time, but I'm still scarred by the Angels beating the Twins in 2002. You and me both. I fucking hated that rally monkey and those cunt-ass thunder sticks. Bullshit. Hated it every minute of it. Now, Diddy was never charged over the claim that he offered to have pot killed. And we've even heard cops in Vegas never took Keefe's claims to be legit. However, Tupac's family clearly wants this vetted thoroughly. Well, I mean, that's understandable, right?
Yeah, because if he did have something to do with it, then there's a payday to be had.
Right. Here's the clip.
So it's Pharrell, you, Puffy, Zip, and a bunch of Southsiders. And what Puffy makes kind of an announcement?
Yeah, that was stupid as hell too, you know.
What did you actually hear? What was the words? If the best you can remember what he says.
Shit, he said he'd give us anything for them dudes there, you know? Yeah.
He'll give you anything for these guys' head?
Yeah, he said it in front of all the people. I couldn't believe it.
How's it go? How's the conversation go? I mean, okay, listen, I'll do it, but I need $500,000, or, you know, I've got somebody who will do it, but I need $300,000. I mean, we need really specific details regarding that.
Yeah, we wanted $1 million.
You tell him we'll do it for $1 million, and he's like, okay, I'll do it for $1 million. He agrees. You shake on it or something like that.
Okay, I don't believe this retard because, number one, I can't understand a fucking word he says. And second of all, the cop's basically having to lead him to it.
Yeah, he's leading him to it, and it's just, again, his word.
Yeah.
So...
And the cop, and it's not even really his word. The cop is saying the words, and then the other guy's just going, yeah.
He's kind of just setting up a setup for getting himself out of trouble, and the cops leading him down the rabbit hole.
Exactly. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, I'll take a Mexican gal. She doesn't have to be alive for this price.
Jesus, man.
Another person writes
How many
in,
did live? We don't do the other one, dude. That's...
I don't do any of them.
Right. We don't do any of them, but especially not the dead ones.
But we do as many dead ones as we do live ones.
Oh, wait.
Zero. None.
Oh, right. Sure.
Zero.
But again, we don't do dead ones.
Or
live ones.
Right.
Or live ones.
Thank
Right.
you.
Yes.
Another person writing, does the Filipino prostitute come with an 8-ball of snow since it's coming from Aaron? No.
Those were exclusive to the deal with Nick promo code. We don't have that anymore.
I don't. Yeah, the Nicky Rackets promo code no longer works on this program. But look, I don't traffic human beings. You guys made that up. MSO says, do they come with a warranty, the slaves? I have no slaves. I am slaveless in Seattle. Remember this. And every other part of the country. Oh, boy. 200 away from knocking it out today. Keep that rally up because we got 30 minutes before we got to start begging you for some money. And we're 200 away. It's a long way to the top. Let's see if we can get there. I was trying to rally the group, but fuck me, I guess, says Coltrane. I mean, we rallied a little. We got about a $60, $65 rally out of the deal. We just got to have another $200 rally in a very short amount of time. Or as Dave Chappelle said in Con Air, we be fucked. Let's go ahead and open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. You know, I saw a lot of people were talking and still have been talking about the Robert Downey Jr. Dr. Doom thing with, the whole Marvel reveal.
Yeah, not a lot of people are happy.
At Comic-Con. I saw that, well, whether they're happy or not, it's been memed to shit. Like, there's, Robert Downey Jr. will now be playing T'Challa
Yeah, I've seen that. And they took a picture of him from Tropic Thunder and photoshopped it.
The Black Panther movie is going to be playing. People are shitting on it pretty hard. And look, man, I agree. I don't think you should be playing multiple people in the same universe. They were going to do that with one of the DC people, I thought. Or they were going to take one of the Marvel people and have him in the DC universe, and I thought that was not right. Like, I didn't even like that Joss Whedon came in and finished up the Justice League movie. A, he did a shitty job, and B, he's
Joss fucked that.
Yeah, because, like, the Snyder Cut's good. It's a good movie.
Yeah, no, the Snyder Cut's good. If the Snyder Cut had been the movie, I feel like we would have been on a vastly different, like, I feel like that DC universe would go somewhere.
Might still be alive, yeah.
Yeah, because that was, again, a good setup and a good fucking movie.
And it had a lot of, like, the cartoon Justice League elements. Batman's the strategist and all that shit, and everybody kind of had their nice little role. There was no shitty humor, you know. Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL with 199, says, Aaron says, I don't traffic in humans anymore. That's not what I said. Lab Glass with $5 says, fine, I'll take my cousin back. Geez, I was just trying to broaden my horizons. 190 away from today. Mr. Approachable with $5. Thank you, sir. He has a clip. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Here comes a clip. MSO says, can I place an order? One Asian, please. First of all, MSO, you provide entertainment, but you don't provide money. So no Asian. Wait, did it cut off? Entertainment, but you don't provide money. So no Asian prostitutes. MSO. But wait a minute. No. You cut that off before it was done. I don't have Asian prostitutes to give him anyway.
Because again, he doesn't give money. It's not a charity here.
I'm not an Asian prostitute guy.
Look, we're helping women find new lives with the love of their lives that they didn't know they met until you paid for them. So look, it's just connections. We're selling real connections here.
Another person texting in, do you charge half price for midgets? I don't deal in.
Then we'd have to do a by the pound thing, which makes the whole Chinese and Asian market iffy. Because, like, she's 6'3", but she weighs, 45 pounds. How does that even fucking happen? What, just a skeleton? God damn.
185 away from today. Let's change it.
Good news is they fit in the overhead compartments, so flying them in is easier.
Trucker,
you buy one ticket for two.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, fine, give my daughters back. I don't have anybody's daughter. I'm not trafficking in human beings. I'm not going to let these rumors manifest any further. I'm going to fight back. Diesel Cat with $4.99 says, oh, the Asian hooker was saying, I love Imholt, not I love in whole. There's no Asian hookers. Telling you right now, boys and girls. 185 away from today. Keep it going. Let's hammer out the rest of this thing. Let's get into that PayPal and that Streamlabs. Let's cause some trouble.
Well, we do got that one for the anniversary show that I requested,
And
right? Like we still pulled that up.
I don't know. I wouldn't know where to get hookers. I wouldn't know.
Not what you promised me when I said I'd do the show.
Aaron is behind efforts to legalize prostitution in Clark County. This is just simply all of this. This is all fucking rumors, man.
I mean, I'm with it, dude. I'm right there with you. Working women should be able to work. If they want to sell their bodies are an asset. It's a ticking time bomb before the thing goes out of business anyway. So if they want to make money while the vagina's hot, I say fucking if there's grass on the field, play ball. She's 21.
Jesus.
Go for it.
Oh, 21. Jeez. You know that grass on the field, play ball is meant to mean like underage girls.
What? Really?
Yeah. You got to stop using that phrase.
Yeah, dude. I learned that about thought recently too. I thought was a compliment.
No, it's hoes.
It means that hoe over there.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You thought you thought e-thought was a compliment?
Yeah. And I told a stripper she's being very as like a penny for your thought as a joke. And then she thought I was calling her that hoe over there. And they corrected me on that. I didn't know it wasn't a compliment.
Dude, that's like my dad doesn't know what dingleberry.
I'm amazed I didn't get slapped.
That's like my dad not knowing what dingleberry means, and he keeps calling his grandkids dingleberries.
Oh, dude, no.
It's like, Dad, stop calling the kids poop.
Dingleberries, that's not.
That's poop in the hair.
Oh.
Little shit nuggets, bro. We're not going to call the
Pluck
kids
your
little
butthole.
shit nugget. Yeah. Come on, man. Don't be calling the kids dingleberries. Just like Johnny's calling girls thoughts. But here's the thing. You not knowing what thought meant kind of works because you probably were talking to thoughts. You were just being nice.
I mean, I'm not going to say whether I was or wasn't
Right.
talking to thoughts, but now I know what they are, is the point.
Dead Game says, hey, Johnny, I didn't know either. You know what's fun? Say it and then pretend you didn't know.
Yeah.
It's the best way to do it. Chevy Fan says, I'll help the chat out. Here's how to find a hooker. 1-800-Aaron's mom. That wouldn't even work as a phone number, dickbag. That is an improper phone numbers. Deranged Lunatic with 199 says it's all rumors until the videos come out. There's no video of me with Asian hookers. Enough of the rumors. Putting them to bed today. I'm trying to move on to the next story, but everyone keeps chipping in, and we desperately need money today because we're way the fuck behind. And they are rallying up, and we are 185 away. And they keep making Asian hooker jokes, and it's kind of funny. But it's also not appreciated because, again,
I had my hopes up.
I am not involved in the human trafficking business.
Promises were made.
All right, let's talk about this old fucker. He does not look like he's having a good day.
Oh.
He is in rough shape. A Woodstock, Georgia man will spend years behind bars after being found guilty of a 2020 fatal car accident that led to the death of a 59-year-old man. After a 4-day trial, Patrick Emerson Thomas, 69 of Woodstock, was convicted of reckless driving, 2 counts of homicide by vehicle in the first degree, and driving under the influence. The charges stem from the November 17th, 2020 crash. This is a long time ago. Thomas was speeding in his 2018 black Ford Mustang through the neighborhood and crashed into Giustiano Papi Piri Piri, killing him on impact. Now, Giustiano Papi Piri Piri, so nice they named him twice. This is the unfortunate part of the story. Piri Piri,
Yeah.
not doing the stereotypes any favor, part of a landscaping crew that was working at a home on Eagle Watch Drive. He died from massive blunt force traumatic injuries. So this guy was driving his Mustang at an irresponsible rate of speed and just plowed into some Mexicans trying to do some landscaping work. What a fucking
You were
dick
just
move.
being true to their heritage, you evil fuck.
The DA's office said Thomas told police he wasn't able to see the truck because the sun was in his eyes. However, evidence showed that the sun was not a factor for other drivers and that Thomas was speeding at the time he hit and killed the victim. He was traveling at least 13 miles over the posted speed limit. He also had no signs of impairment. Sentenced to 15 years, with the first 6 to serve in prison and the remainder on probation. So 6 years in jail, 9 years on probation. Should be an easy probation, though, right? Like, you just have to not run over Mexicans for 9 years.
Oh, that'll be difficult.
I mean,
What are you supposed to do for fun?
I don't know. There's accusations, about what I store in the house. So I don't, there, but for the grace of God, go I would say. I don't know. Just driving around, running people over. Fuck, that's got to be the most terrifying feeling. Like hitting a guy really hard and realizing you can't undo that one, or it's not like a bad dream or anything. You're like, fuck, I know. Like you hearing how hard you hit a guy and going, fuck, dude, I killed him. Like, that guy's totally dead.
Or you just go, nah, man, it's a headshot. She's out. Fuck it.
Yeah, or you're that cop who just goes, you're going to get a med kit? What for? It's a headshot, dude. She's done. And then as the partner, you're like, wow, you really were a fuck up in the Army and your other divisions, weren't you?
This really is going to go badly for you and possibly me.
Yeah. We really are tethered together on this one, aren't we? All right, you get her hands, I'll get her feet. Hope there's gators around. This isn't going well. All right, guys, we got to go into we got some Trump assassin news that's going to make people mad again.
Okay.
This is another example of stop telling us what happened because it just turns out to be worse than what we thought it was. And then to hear all this stuff and find out that there was a guy meeting with crooks and then going to an FBI office and then finding out that the FBI is leading up the investigation into what happened. I mean,
I don't trust that one bit.
Yeah, I don't think you should. But this is information on the shooter. We have leaked text messages between Trump rally counter snipers that show they were aware of the shooter 90 minutes before the shooting. That timeline just keeps going back further and further, by the way. Remember,
and at no point did we delay Trump going on stage even for a second.
Right.
Or did we even bother to inform his security detail? Like, just, no, let's not worry about it, guys. It's fine.
Yeah. And then you end up with this situation now where we first heard it was 45 minutes. Then they said 10 minutes before Trump went on, we saw him as a person of interest. And now we're finding out it was 90 minutes. $5 from Bobby Barrett. Thank you. As far as any accusations about Gino, I'm just going to let people deal with that. I'm not going to get into that. When I say high road, I mean high road. It's if he did something really nasty and terrible and evil, then he did something really nasty, terrible, and evil. But look, Keanu and Gino are going through it right now. They've lost their jobs. They've lost a big chunk of income, and I know why they feel like they have to go after me, but they're looking at the wrong person. I think they're believing a lot of lies from a lot of bad people, but it's fine. We're not friends, so I can't stop them. Mark with $5 says, chipping in for Aaron's bottom bitch's prolapsed anus. I'm not fucking anyone
Thank
in
you.
the butthole. And Gary with $3. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you guys back to back to back for those nice contributions. We're now 175 away from today. Guys, we get some chunk plays. We can still do this thing. There's an outside shot at knocking out today's goal. 175 away. Coltrane with $1 says he died doing what he loved, pulling weeds. Yes. 175 away from today's goal. Guys, there's the link. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Thank you so much. Keep it going. This is a rally, and it is going down, and we do appreciate it. Keep it up. The gunman at the Trump rally was often a step ahead of the Secret Service. Text message obtained exclusively by the New York Times indicate that some law enforcement officers were aware of Thomas Crooks earlier than previously known, and he was aware of them. Now, that's interesting to me, especially that second part, that he was aware of them. I want to know whose fucking cell phone that was at his house.
Yeah.
By the way, the FBI didn't release that information. The Heritage Foundation had to go get it.
Yeah.
So,
because the FBI is not going to tell you that they had anything to do with this.
yeah, I want to know who the fuck that guy was. I want to know why this guy wasn't stopped when he was noticed 90 minutes beforehand. I want to know why this guy was flying fucking drones around the area, a day or two before the event?
Yep.
Like, I'd like to know this shit. But we're not going to. Like, you think the FBI is going to come out and dish to us on what happened? Leaked messages between counter snipers reveal they were aware of Thomas Crooks about 90 minutes before Trump was nearly assassinated. One of the counter snipers was reportedly leaving at the end of his shift when he noticed Crooks. You have a shift during a Trump rally? That should be an all-day assignment.
No. Like a shift in terms of like saying he noticed Crooks leaving in a shift. That's 90 minutes before. So you have people covering the area leading up to the event.
Oh, I see.
Then an hour and a half before.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Someone followed our lead and snuck in and parked by our cars, just so you know. I'm just letting you know because you see me go out with my rifle and put it in my car, so he knows you guys are up there. So they're talking about Crooks. This guy is saying, I went and put my rifle in my car, so that motherfucker knows we're up there.
He knows we're up there.
Kid learning about building we are in. AGR, I believe it is. I did see him with a rangefinder looking towards the stage, FYI. If you want to notify Secret Service snipers to look out, I lost sight of them, a text in the group chat said, which is when the photos of Crooks was shared. What do you mean if you want to share this with someone else or they can keep it on? Go get the fucking guy.
Why aren't you going and talking to this person, or at least following him and getting cops to go talk to him?
He's got a rangefinder staring at the stage. At the very least, that's worth a, hey, kid, what's going on?
I'm just using this as a binocular to get a good view.
Yeah. Someone followed our lead and snuck in and parked by our cars. I'm just letting you know because you see me go out with my rifle. You guys are sitting up there, and he's sitting to the direct right on a picnic table about 50 yards from the exit, and then a thumbs up emoji and Roger that. And then, look, there's pictures of Crooks. There he is. Kid learning around building we are in. If you want to notify SS snipers to look out. Also, a bike with backpack sitting next to it in rear of building was not seen earlier. So they saw his bike. They saw the backpack. They've got pictures. He's got a rangefinder. He's looking at the stage.
And 90 minutes beforehand, and at no point did we at all say, let's delay putting Trump on stage until we at least figure out who this fucker is.
Never once. Call it into command and have a uniform check it out. Now, does a uniform mean a local police officer? Because remember, they did have a police officer check it out, and that little bitch ran back down the ladder.
Well, and then they had cops surrounding I saw a video, I think yesterday. They had cops surrounding the building that he shot from, like, right beforehand. They were telling people to clear out, and they had cops kind of, like, surrounding the building. Yeah. So it's just like, it's like if they were doing something and they were going to try to stop him, they certainly waited until after he had his shot.
Right. Let's go to the phones.
Call from delivery driver.
Hello, delivery driver. What can I do for you?
Yeah, are you going to be home between the hours of 10:30 and 11:30 Central Time today?
For the bit, I will say yes.
Okay, good, because I've got a trailer load full of these, how do we say, prostitutes.
It's not subtle.
And
it's not subtle at all.
We had incidents where the cab cut off on oxygen, so some of them have died. Yep. And we have a no return policy, so you're going to have to take them as well.
Okay. I don't know why any prostitutes would be coming to my house.
Well, I've got 16 of them in the back.
I don't.
All nationalities.
No, I don't.
You ordered these.
No, I did. I certainly did not order them, sir. Those are not mine. That's someone playing a cruel joke on me.
All right. Well, you're going to help. I need your help unloading the dead ones. Thank you.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm not going to help a guy unload dead prostitutes. I mean, if that doesn't implicate me in something, I don't know what does. But thanks for the phone call, I suppose. Guys, we are 175 away from today, and we are 15 minutes away from complete failure for the morning show. Please throw in a couple of bucks. Let's keep that rally alive. 10, 20 at a time is going to get things knocked down pretty fucking quick. So they're texting each other. They see the shooter. They're taking pictures. How much info do you need before you just go take a guy down?
Right. And the place that he shot from, again, I have no idea why they didn't have a sniper team on that roof too.
Right.
Like,
it's just you keep saying to yourself, nah, there's no way it was an organized hit by the government. There's no way it was an organized hit by the government. There's no way it was an organized hit by the government. And then you just keep looking at it going, it looks like this might have been an organized hit by the government.
Yeah, no, almost right off the jump, I was saying this is an organized hit by the government.
Yeah. And then all the information comes out and like, you guys are not that fucking bad at your jobs. I'm sorry. And look, I love to criticize the government, but you guys are not this bad at your jobs.
No, they are. That's why it happened.
I don't mind, like, these snipers and all these guys, I don't think they were in on it, but I think they called into their superiors, and their superiors were like, we're good. We got an eye on it. Don't worry about it. Whatever. Because I don't think you can trust the actual snipers with that information.
Yeah, no, I don't think like the snipers, again, cogs in a machine. How many times we talked about people following orders? Right. They don't shoot until they've been given permission to fire. Otherwise, it's committing a crime. So, like, They can say they see this guy and they consider him a threat, and they'll be like, all right, well, no, keep an eye on him, but take no action. And then if he starts shooting, they'll be like, all right, he's a threat, take him out. Like, then yeah, you can do that. But if they don't choose to act on their own, they're going to follow orders. So if the people in the command situation are like, oh, let's just leave that hole open and see if anything happens.
Obviously set up by the government, says Tracy. Jesswig says, is there a sign in my yard that says dead hooker storage? Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say to these people. But they keep answering yes. 175, guys. Sorry to be so adamant about this today, but we're a ways off and we don't have a lot of time left. We are going to beg in the last 5 minutes, but I hope we can chip away at it until then, because 175 is a kick in the dick, especially since we started at 305 today. Continue to chip in, continue to give us what you got, and we appreciate it wholeheartedly. Thank you so much for supporting this show. If we get that inside of $50, we're going until 10:30 today. So thank you guys. If you're thinking of contributing, please throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Gifted memberships are great too. Senator Lindsey Graham, this is a funny fucking asshole clip from this dickbag. People talk about lifelong politicians and how they should be out of there and there should be term limits. And usually people are only talking about people they disagree with or people seen as on the other side. If you're a Republican and you don't think a guy like Lindsey Graham should be fucking outie, you're a problem. Because, first of all, Lindsey Graham has never seen a war he didn't like. And second of all, Lindsey Graham is about as establishment gets. Wait until you hear what he said. They asked him about that stupid fucking cat ladies thing. And I think Lindsey Graham gave a dumber take than JD Vance has even given on this. Senator Lindsey Graham said on Sunday when asked about JD Vance's recently resurfaced comments about childless cat ladies that, quote, you should never say anything to hurt anybody's feelings.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, you should never say anything to hurt anybody's feelings. However, you should vote for wars that will murder families.
Right, we should get people killed.
Yeah.
We should get American soldiers killed and ruin families that way. But don't hurt people's feelings.
Yeah.
Rude.
Yeah, if you make people sad with your words, that's really terrible. But if you authorize drone bombings of weddings, that's part of defending America. Lindsey Graham is a cunt. You should never say anything to hurt anybody's feelings. Fuck you. But when you look at all these interviews by JD, he was talking about how the Democratic Party has abandoned the traditional family. The idea of trying to marginalize JD and make him some kind of bad person is not going to work because he's not a bad person. He's a good person. If Lindsey Graham tried to defend me and call me a good person, I would immediately tell everyone that I'm a piece of shit.
Well, just Lindsey Graham's defense is kind of confirmation, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest. If the guy going to bat for you is Lindsey Graham, you're kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah. Thank you to Mindy Lee, says, celebrating that my boyfriend is not subscribing to a beep boop, undeveloped brain, steel toe grifter. Thank you for the $20, Mindy. There you go, guys. 155 away from doing this thing today. It can be done. 155 is the number. If we get more Mindy Lees, I think we can do it. 155, getting closer and closer and closer, and we've got 10 minutes left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, everything. Do it. Let's hammer it out. Let's extend the streak to 16. You guys can do it. I believe in you. Yeah, if Lindsey Graham ever likes me, I have to quit doing whatever I'm doing. Or I have to do like a total 180 and just start being something different. Because that guy, again, never saw a war he didn't like. Was never really like a conservative Republican. And can we just say, especially with that voice, fucking gay, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty obvious.
He's a gay. Yeah, he was John McCain's boyfriend. Remember? They were always holding hands. And
I always assumed him and Mitch McConnell had a thing.
Mitch, I don't feel like Mitch is in a position to be in a relationship right now. He barely knows where the fuck he is.
Well, not anymore. That's why Lindsey Graham is sad. He's lost his lover.
He's lost all of his lovers. John McCain's dead. Mitch McConnell's a fucking blob of goo. Lindsey Graham doesn't have anybody to love. Oh, man.
Well,
Wouldn't it be
maybe
ironic
Nancy
if he
Pelosi's
took like an
husband is
Iraqi
available.
wife, like a warlord?
I claim this woman as tribute.
Well, since I voted to make sure that we could go into Iraq and colonize the damn place, I decided I would take one of their women, like that Genghis Khan used to do. So after that, I'm going to go get me an Afghani bride, but I have to promise the Taliban I won't send her to school, which is fine because she should be working in my kitchen anyway, making me mint juleps and chickens. Lindsey Graham forces his Asian ladyboy sex slaves to wear sundresses while he sucks them off. Wait, he's sucking off the...
That's weird.
MSO writes, remember, all donations to Steel Toe go to human trafficking. No, they don't. There are no human trafficking dollars. Guys, MSO is lying to you. It's a horrible thing for him to say. If you are donating to this show in the idea that it in any way goes towards human trafficking, let me assure you, utter
do
nonsense.
that on the dark web.
No. All right, we got a couple of stories left, and then we're going to open up the overtime stories if we can get to overtime, but it may be time to start rattling the cans and reading the chat because we are a little over 7 minutes away, and we are a long ways away. We've got a $155 goal, so we are outside of the kill zone right now. We need 105 just to do the overtime on credit, 155 to make it a full-blown another win for the Toe. We've got a lot of good stuff still coming up today, and we really hope you feel like helping us out. Plus, today I'm running around all over the place doing stuff for the show. Getting some stuff ready for Johnny and I's private gig in a couple of weeks. I've also got a couple new clients coming aboard that I'm very excited about. We're going to go see one of those today and another one tomorrow. Feels good to get out there and be doing Steel Toe stuff again. That's really nice. All right, guys, $155 away and 7 minutes left to go. There's the links in the chat. Johnny's Grinder date with $2 on YouTube says, I support Aaron's human trafficking. There is, guys, for the love of Pete, I don't know. What do I have to do to convince you that there's no human trafficking going on at Steel Toe? What do I have to do to convince you?
It's not happening, guys. There's no secret Toe Boys way to order.
No, there's not. Thank you for saying that.
You certainly wouldn't want to go onto the Facebook page on Toe Boys and request one of many types of sandwich, like say an Italian.
No, because I don't even do that.
No, he doesn't make sandwiches.
Right. Thank you.
These aren't, but it's not like that's what we're doing. It's
Right.
not like you can go
Thank you.
onto the Toe Boys page and say, hey, I'd like a French bread, and we know what that means. I don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what that means because I don't do anything like that.
We wouldn't know what that means because we aren't doing that sort of thing.
J. Broad Contrarian says, sundresses are the sexiest. I love me a woman in a sundress. Those or Daisy Dukes. Somebody says, Aaron, the check is in your mailboxes. Pick up after or before 5. I don't know what you're talking about. Right now, guys, we need your money. $155 worth to be exact to keep this show running in the style it's come accustomed to. $155 away. Throw it in. Make it work. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We only have 5 minutes left. We are officially down to the last 5 minutes of today's show. And we are a long ways away, but with your help and some chunk yardage plays, we can hammer this thing out and we can keep going another 30 minutes today and have a little fun. Of course, your guys' idea of fun is accusing me of being one of the largest human traffickers in Midwest. But, fun is fun, I suppose. MSO
Hey,
says...
with Diddy out, there's a throne to be taken, man. I'm saying this is our time.
MSO says, start packing up. It's over, Johnny. I hope not. I hope
I don't
we
have
don't.
to pack up. I live here.
I hope we
I
don't
just stay
fuck
here.
it. I hope we don't lose today. I hope we can
Yeah,
grab
I
ourselves a
hope not.
victory. Let's see what we've got here. We got a little bit of a rally starting. 4 minutes away from total failure or overtime. Coltrane with $10 says, I'm feeling like I'd like an Asian this time around. The last one expired too quickly. Come on, Pores. There's a sale going on. Thank you for the $10. 145 away from today. We're inside of striking distance at least now. We've got 4 minutes left. Come on, boys and girls. Get that 145 taken care of so we don't take one of those embarrassing L's and then the evening show comes up big the rest of the day and then fucking rescues you. We can't do it like that. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, I will not donate if you don't give me a Spanish broad. Again, it's taken on a life of its own. 140.
Blasphemy.
140 away from today. $90 away from getting overtime on credit. It can still be done. MSO says, I almost feel bad. We can still get this one, my man. We can still get this, MSO. Don't you feel bad. Chevy fan says all steel toe donations go to Aaron so we can buy Little St. James Island. This is not true. 3 minutes away. Streamlabs,
Little St. James
PayPal,
for sale?
Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. Make it happen, kids. What was it, 140 or so? 140 away from doing this thing. Oh, boy, do we need some generosity, and do we need it quick. 2.5 minutes to go. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, I wouldn't tell your potential advertisers about your trafficking side hustle. There's not a trap. But you guys, you made that up. You said that. I didn't say that. 2-minute warning is coming up, and we are still a $1.40 away from knocking this thing out, and just about 2 minutes away from failure. Buffalo Jockey, unless they're willing to invest. There's no invest. There's nothing to invest in, except a lovely donation to the Steel Toe Morning Show today to help us not get butt fucked by a $140 goal on what's been a delightful Tuesday morning show. Delightful little program for you guys. So go ahead and chuck in, because we got a minute and a half left, and this is looking bad. 140 to go. MSO says, see you tonight, Tubby. I hope I hope you guys knock this out, because MSO's already started bragging. He's got a minute 20 left. $90 and we can get this thing going on credit. 140 is, it's not 250, so that's nice. But 140 is not good. It's not a good look for us to lose this way. So let's give it a fighting chance here. Let's give it a fighting chance, huh? Let's get that 140 knocked out, or let's chip away at it. Let's team up. 1 minute to go. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, apparently.
Jesus. Would a crippled chick be considered scratch and dent? Guys, these are all questions for someone who actually does these things. Oh, boy. All right, what do we have? 35 seconds left and $140 to go. Oh, Scooby Jooby Jew with $20 and Coltrane with $5, so that's $25 coming in. Mr. Approachable with $2 says sale 3/5 for blacks today only. Stop it. 110 away from knocking it out. If we can get 60 in the next 30 seconds, we can do this thing. Lampshady with $5. Take it to all the closed private groups on Facebook like I did. Hey, that's not a thing. 105 away from knocking it out today. We've got 10 seconds left. Can we get there? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's take a look. And then let's decide if I want to keep going like we did last Monday and say, fuck it. Scooby Jooby Jew says, are the dead ones in today's delivery still available at a discount? Oh, for God's sake. Coltrane, I changed my mind. I want a Latina chick. They make better food. Cancel my Asian girl order.
What? Asian food is awesome.
All right. I think we might call this one a W for MSO.
Oh.
105. What does the audience say? Keep going with 105 and do a half hour for us and we'll take care of the rest of it? Or are they saying call it? I'll let them decide. Add the cuts back in and tally, says Dead Game. It comes up once a show. The trafficking deal. It's really unfortunate. Jay Bra says MSO with a flawless victory. He really did, man. He got it. MSO got the W today. Missed by a hundo. A goddamn hundo, which isn't bad. A hundo is not the end of the world. We'll just take it off of Matt. I'm kidding. I'm joking. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you very much. If you still feel like chipping in later throughout the day, if you have an attack of conscience, there's all the links in the chat if you'd like to do that. You got to miss every once in a while to keep us hungry. Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. Go on all of them. Guys, thank you very much. Hit subscribe, hit follow. We do appreciate it. We'll see you tonight. And who knows, maybe that evening show audience will rescue you guys and come up big where you came up short. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Back again tonight at 7.